Let us pray. Almighty God, ruler of heaven and earth, we beseech thee to inspire and guide all our counsels and actions, so that we may always walk in the path of justice, love, and charity to one another. Help us with thy grace to do only those things that will promote the unity, happiness, and prosperity of Nigeria. So help us, God. Amen. Let me welcome dear colleagues to yet another plenary section, and also commend members for our commitment to work, our dedication. I must thank you for your vision and passion for the development of Ekiti State, most especially at this period that we are also requiring accountability by people who have been saddled with responsibility of one way or the other in the state. And I know it's been a serious one for all of us. Today, as we all are aware, is the 10th day of November 2024. We shall first consider the votes and proceedings of yesterday, Wednesday, the 9th day of October 2024. I want us to quickly go through the votes and proceedings from page 1 to page 2. Page 3 and page 4. I have read the votes and proceedings, and I know this actually reflects the position of our sitting yesterday. The votes and proceedings hereby approved. Any message from the governor?
Capacity Speaker, no message from Mr. Governor.
Yes. Any announcements? Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we have announcements.
Yeah. I'm aware of about 3 announcements. Yeah. And some of these announcements, we will take it once it is the turn of the offices involved. So wait till then. These are letters written in respect of the explanation that this House demanded from some of the department agencies that didn't show up when they were to arrive. Also, I have an announcement on the demise of one of the legends in Ekiti State, and that is Sir Dr. Lawrence Obembe, popularly known as OG who has been called to the higher call of glory Dr. Kayode Obembe was born on the 7th June 1949 into the family of Zacchaeus Ojo Obembe from the royal family of Imila in Odo-Ayedo, Ekiti. He was a medical practitioner and the owner of several businesses, including Premier Medical and Christos Hospital. He was, at the time, led a private medical practitioner association and later emerged as the president of Nigeria Medical Association, the president of NMA in Nigeria at the time. He was the successor of late Justice Jide Olataura as the global president of Christ School Alumni and from Odo-Ayedo, Ekiti. Late Sir Dr. Lawrence Obebe will be greatly missed, not just in Odo-Ayedo, Ekiti, but in Ekiti. Not only in Ekiti State, in Nigeria, most especially in the medical line, which area that he has saved so many lives when he was here. May God grant him eternal rest. Sign. Right Honorable Ade Stephen Aribasoye. Thank you very much. Any matter, any public petition?
Right Honorable Speaker, sir, as of today, no public petition.
Any matter of urgent public importance? Any personal explanation? Yes, Honorable Oladele Olaoyo Ogushakin, the man representing Ekiti East One and the minority leader of the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Oladele Ogushakin. I represent the good people of Ekiti East Constituency 1. Mr. Speaker, while surfing the internet yesterday, I stumbled on an article that read a university in Nigeria ranked #1 in Nigeria. A university in Ekiti State ranked #1 in Nigeria. Afe Babalola University ranks number 142 amongst all the 2,152 ranked universities in the 2024 Times Higher Education Impact Ranking. Afe Babalola University ranks #1 in the world for SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. The indicator relating to the university mayors towards affordable and clean energy. In Africa, on SDG 1, no poverty. Only 3 African institutions make the top 15 in the entire world. Afe Babalola University is one among these top universities. Ranked at number 15 after the University of Johannesburg, number 3, and the University of Pretoria, number 8. Afe Babalola University, Nigeria, ranks #1 in the world as top university engaging in outreach programs with a stewardship score of 98% out of 100, while the University of Minnesota and University of Arizona State University Temple, both in the United States, ranked #2 and #3 respectively. All these have been achieved by only one man, Are Afe Babalola, SAN, an educationist, a philanthropist, and a legal luminary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you very much. We have heard you. And since it's a personal explanation, that does not require any discussion. But let's congratulate the Afe Babalola University for the achievements and the founder for his vision. Thank you very much. Yes, I call on the leader of the House to take us through the order of the day.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My dear colleagues, I'm Honorable Tony Lopaige. I represent Ekiti Southwest Constituency 2. Right Honorable Speaker, I have the order paper for Thursday, 10th October 2024 here with me. And on the order of the day, we have two items. Item 1 is the continuation of the presentation of accounts of stewardship by heads of ministries, departments, and agencies, institutions in Ekiti State. 1A, that's Local Government Service Commission. 1B, Office of the Head of Service. 1C, Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development. 1D, Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. 1E, Ekiti Sport Commission. 1F, Ministry of Health and Human Services. 1G, Ministry of Regional Development and Integration. 1H, Ministry of Capacity Development and Training. 1I, Office of the Governor. 1J, Social Investment Program. 1K, Sustainable Development Goals. 1L, Ministry of Special Duties. And lastly, Ministry of Women Affairs. The second item, which is adjournment. Right, Honourable Speaker, with your express permission, I want to move a motion that this House allows the admittance of the heads of the ministries, departments, agencies, and institutions to this hallowed chamber, one after the other, as I earlier listed out, to present the account of stewardship to the people of Ekiti State. I so move.
Honorable Johnson Oyekola Bojade is second the motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Honorable Johnson Oyekola Bojade. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the leader of government business that all the aforelisted parastatals of government on item 1 of the order of the day be admitted into the chamber one after the other. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
I put the question therefore that if you're in support that this House do admit the following ministries and agencies, that is, Local Government Service Commission, Office of the Head of Service, Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, Sport Commission, Ministry of Health and Human Services, Ministry of Regional Development and Integration, Ministry of Capacity Development and Training, Office of the Governor, Social Investment Program, Sustainable Development Goals, Ministry of Special Duties, and Ministry of Works, Ministry of Women Affairs. If you are in support that they be admitted into the Allo Chamber to present the account of stewardship and to present the account of stewardship, press yes. If you are against, press nay. Thank you very much. After poll, 12 people voted yes, nil voted no, nobody abstained. So the yes have it. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The next MDA is Local Government Service Commission.
Kindly bring in Local Government Service Commission. Down. Leader of the House.
Right, Honorable Speaker, and my colleagues, we have before us this morning one of our referred leaders and the head of the Local Government Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, I hand him over to you.
I will allow the chairman, Local Government Service Commission, to introduce himself, and I will make a comment thereafter. Sir, can we meet you, sir?
I'm Mr. Samuel Adewumi Abejide, the chairman, Local Government Service Commission, Ekiti State.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, let me just say this. I was surprised and also dazed to see that Babaye is standing before us this morning, because I am aware that before now he was actually indisposed. And looking at his age, considering his status in the state, and also his current indisposition, and for him to have decided to honor this invitation, I think to me that really called for commendation. That if it were to be somebody else, he will even say, after all, the speaker is my boy, let me just call him, I'm not coming. Or he might even decide to say, why do I even need to call him? Let somebody tell him that I'm not around. But Baba came. I can tell you that I'm aware Baba was actually attending hospital, and he had to share his appointment with his doctor to appear this morning. It shows a man that have respect for institution. I really appreciate you, sir, for this honor, sir. You have not just done us the honor, you have done yourself that honor, and that we will continue to cherish. Thank you. Your respect for institution. You didn't say, they are my boys now, why do I need to go? I will really appreciate you for that. Dear colleagues, what we are going to do, particularly because of the act that I am aware, we won't allow Baba to be the one to present. We will call the permanent secretary to go there where Baba will sit and watch your permanent secretary, sir, to do the presentation. I hope I have your take on this. If you are supported, say aye. If you are against, say nay. The ayes have it. Please, sir, go and sit down, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, Madam PS.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Note that one, you are standing in for the chairman board of, Local Government Service Commission, and you are speaking on his behalf. So I want you to tell this house, or before then, kindly introduce your team. Then after that, I can take you to go through what you have. Can you introduce your team?
Okay.
You don't need to introduce Baba again. Baba has introduced himself. Thank you.
Sir. The Right Honorable Speaker of the House and the entire honorable members, I am honored to be here this morning to introduce my team. I have my head of local government administration finance there, that is Femi Adeshoba. The CIA, Femi Olowolade. HLA in charge of appointments and posting, Stanley Familoye. HLA in charge of establishment matters, that is Albert Olowolafe. I have the BPR&S director, Adamole Kundele. Mrs. Lara Oladija, that is in charge of information. Mr. Agbola Emmanuel, that is the HLA in charge of training and manpower development. HLA in charge of guard, Adedayo Fami Insa. I have my director of guard there, Taiwo Bamigboye. Thank you very much, sir. My name is Titilayo Toba Ujo. Permanent Secretary, Local Government Service Commission.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, like I said the other time, now you are addressing us as Mr. Samuel Alaba Abejide on the account of stewardship. Please tell us what that commission has done under Baba Alaba Abejide within the last 1 year. Can you please tell this out? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to start by appreciating the governor of Ekiti State that gave the chairman Local Government Service Commission the opportunity to perform his duties and even beyond what is expected. Within 1 year at the Local Government Service Commission, we've been able to do promotions for staff. The Local Government Service Commission, I'm sorry, I ought to tell you this. The Local Government Service Commission is in charge of staff matters, recruitment, discipline, promotions, anything that has to do with staff matters. That is what the Local Government Service Commission stands for. From the paper here, if I should talk about the achievements, within this 1 year, we've been able to do promotion for over 5,000 staff, both in the regular and primary care agency. We've attended so many workshops as captured in this our paper, just to keep our staff to be able to render their services perfectly, effectively, and efficiently. We've gone to so many outreaches to meet our staff that are on the field, to tell them about this administration and what to do. And we've sent our staff to trainings outside Ado Ekiti, to other states, I mean. Under Baba Abejide, the Local Government Service Commission have been using a rented apartment for the past 29 years. But by the special grace of God, the governor has just completed a palatial building, just very, I would say, adjacent this House of Assembly for us, that will be moving in very, very soon. That would have been one of the challenges that has faced us for so many years. But we thank God that already we are there now. So many other achievements are captured here. I don't know if I could be permitted to speak to my paper. Okay. Thank you, sir. With deep sense of humility, I stand before the Honorable House. I am sorry if I am not observing the Right Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, Principal Officers of the House.
Don't worry. Just go ahead, please. Don't worry.
Okay, God bless you, sir. With deep sense of humility, I stand before this Honorable House to present the stewardship account of the Local Government Service Commission for the period of January to August 2024 as requested. Right Honorable Speaker, sir, kindly permit me to mention here that the Ekiti State Local Government Service Commission Law, number 2 of 1999, as amended.
Madam PS1.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. 1, you will take it easy. Number 2, you will just go to page 10.
Okay, sir.
Just go to page 10 and item 10. Page 10, then item 10, that is under after the Local Government Service Commission budget expedition.
Okay,
just go
sir.
to achievements of the local government.
Okay, sir.
Yes, that is what we need.
Okay.
Let's leave the rest.
Okay, sir.
Thank
Achievements of the Local Government Service Commission
Yes.
within the period under review are enumerated below. Under governance, general administration and office maintenance, in compliance with the principle of good governance, due process, transparency, accountability, and smooth administration process as encapsulated in the 6-point agenda of Mr. Governor, the Local Government Service Commission regularly, I said regularly, motivates its staff for efficient service delivery. Consequently, the sum of 1 billion, sir, 3,786,826 naira 86 kobo has been expended on the payment of salaries, office maintenance, and other components of governance within the period under review. Number 2, operation of central internal audit. Sequel to the establishment of a central internal audit by the Ekiti State House of Assembly, kudos to you, sirs. The Commission, through the Local Government Administration Law, number 7 of 8 June 2023, has facilitated the implementation of the law. Hence, the CIA has been functioning effectively and due process has been strengthened in the service. The department engaged in routine inspection of capital projects across the local government and local council development area. Also, the department has been able to drastically reduce absenteeism and abscondments in the local government service through the recently conducted staff verification exercise. If you permit me to explain this, sir. In the past, we have internal audit departments in all the local governments. But of recent, when CIA, that is Central Internal Audit, was approved by this August House for the state, it was replicated in the local government, and the officer in charge had been going around all the local governments on monthly basis to do routine checking. So it has reduced the syndrome of people not coming to the office regularly and as and when due. So kudos to the House on this. Completion of the Local Government Service Commission and Secretariat, I've mentioned this the other time. And we can see the pictorial evidence of the new Secretariat. It was completed and equipped. Staff promotions, I mentioned it too. 2022 and 2023 and 2024 promotions had been duly signed and dispatched to owners. And some are already using that new promotion to collect their salaries. Human capital development, training and manpower development. The Commission, in its bid to enhance the capacity building of its workforce, conducted seminar, workshop, retreat, and in-house training during the period under review, amounting to the sum of 54,630,000 naira. This is in consonance with the human capital development agenda of Mr. Governor, as detailed in the table below, sir. There are some pictorial evidence of all these workshops too. On page 20, it may interest you to know, sir, that the Local Government Service Commission, through the training fund, had sponsored almost 1,000 officers in the mandatory conferences of the various professional bodies, ranging from CPAN, ICPM, ICANN, ANAN, COREN, and so on like that. Arts, culture, and Tourism. The Local Government Service Commission, in line with the government development agenda of Mr. Governor in respect of agriculture and tourism, actively participated in the year 2024 International Women's Day, held in March 15 to be precise. The program afforded the women across the commission and all the local governments to showcase their talents and cultural heritage, which attracted global attraction.
If I may ask, do you have
Yes, sir.
soft copy? Do you have soft copy of these documents? Do you have the soft copy?
Yes, we have sent it.
Really?
Yes.
I wish we project some of these things that you are telling us. These are. I wish people can see it at home, but don't worry.
Okay, sir.
You have really done well.
Thank you, sir.
But it seems that as much as I want to give you more time to speak, it seems what you have done in that commission is more than what we thought, because the time allotted was just like 5 minutes to do the presentation, so that member can ask you questions. But and now you have spent like 20 minutes.
Sorry.
So we really want to, as much as we want you to showcase what you've done, this is how far we can take you. While members will just ask questions, maybe you can now use that to answer some of other things that you have not mentioned. So, any comment from members? Yes, Honorable Johnson Yekola Bodiadeoye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask, looking at a presentation on page 4 and 5, I can see a good number of the officers or officials of the Local Government Service Commission listed on page 5 present here. But on the other hand, on page 4, none of the listed commissioners in the Local Government Service Commission is here.
They are not expected. The head of the board agency and the bureaucracy.
All right.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Yes, Honorable Idowu Odebumi.
The capacity right, Honorable Speaker, distinguished Honorable colleagues, I should remain my humble self, Honorable Comrade Idowu Odebumi, representing the good people of Oye Constituency 2. Right, Honorable Speaker, I just want to commend the Commission for embarking on a central audit unit, because gone are those days, we all know what they used to call local government. A lot of ghost workers, some people will be even travel for months and they will be receiving salary without coming to office. But with this initiative, I so much believe that it will reduce it to BRS minimum, if not total elimination of absenteeism. So I want to commend the Commission for this brilliant idea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Leader of the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My dear colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need to commend the Commission, Local Government Commission, with this presentation. The details, the organization, the quality of print, the arrangement is superb. And I think it's what...
How I wish this is projected, people can understand what you are talking about. I even look at, if you look at their page 7, see what they did on gender distribution.
Yes, gender distribution, even the charts on
the charts.
Yes, on the staff.
I saw that.
It's what an approach.
Yeah,
Right, Speaker.
They have gender distribution, staff distribution, unified and non-unified. They did the chart for us to see. Gender distribution on grade level is also stated. gender distribution on grade level. So is, and I think, and the way I'm looking at it, it seems female has actually taken over in the at the local government level. When you look at it, male is in blue. If you go to page 8, go and look at the chart and see what is happening there. But sir, I thought they said gender equality, but what we are seeing now is gender taking over. The women are taking over already. Oh. Seriously. Well, thank you very much, sir, for this. Yes, another thing, another comment?
Yeah, that's all I want to say, right, on Tuska. I want to also plead with this presentation. Maybe we can just allow the commission and the chairman to go and come back for
for executive session.
Executive
Well, really, I will allow them to go, but I won't allow them to go without Baba saying a word on this floor of the house. So I will allow Baba to at least address this house. Thank you very much. You can go back, Madam PS, and let Baba Bejide address us before he take a bow and go. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, the speaking speaker, the Honorable House of Assembly, the amiable members, the proactive and responsive House to enhance the delivery of dividend of democracy in Ekiti State. I am happy to be at your front to present the stewardship of Ekiti House of Assembly, Ekiti State Local Government Commission. My comment first is to acknowledge your commitment to the progress of Ekiti State. You have allowed an enabling situation environment for peace and development within Ekiti State. A rank-of-free House of Assembly, this is commendable. All Ekiti State EDGs, both home and abroad, are really proud of this House of Assembly. We thank God for your life. On a particular note too, coming to my commission, I have to acknowledge openly the supporting law which have been able to give us to perform that have been enacted by this House of Assembly. I have to acknowledge it. Thank you, the Right Honorable and the members of the House of Assembly. Besides these two, the calling on all the ministries and departments and MDA has enabled the people outside Ekiti and within Ekiti who have not been able to know what have been performed in other agencies. This, you have exposed them. So this aspect of your calling on us to give our account is commendable. It's really commendable, and we really appreciate it. There are many agencies that exist that the people, good people of Ekiti State may not even be aware of their activities. This enables everybody to get the sense of what is going on in all the departments within Ekiti State. So I have to acknowledge this and thank the Right Honorable and the members. In particular, I talk of the law you've enacted for this Local Government Service Commission. It has placed us in a very comfortable situation to perform. But I will take this opportunity again to draw your attention to one special aspect, which is blank, which you can help us look into. Yes, other agencies were given specific year at the mercy of God, but no year is specified in the law for the Local Government Service Commission, though it's statutory to see within the state. So please, you help us. We will always run to you when we have anything that we did and you've been able to assist us.
Or the tenure of members?
Yes,
Oh.
tenure. Then too, I will briefly say again that the Local Government Service Commissions hitherto have now 6 executive secretaries, which has never been, through the mercy of the governors and the law. So we are appreciating this and then taking this opportunity to express our thanks to the governor. We have 3 permanent secretaries now in the Local Government Service Commission, which has always been, either to this time, they've been only deployed to us from the civil service. But we now have our own, and we have 3 permanent secretaries with the mercy of the governor and this house. We increased the department, and this has given a lot of opportunities for the worker within the local government service. We are now, can say proudly, that this house has assisted us through the governor to be in a comparative stand and level with our counterparts in the other service. So we appreciate you. We thank you. I will end this without wasting your time because I know there are many other people. The honor given unto me is only God that can evaluate it for you too. I appreciate you and I will continue to appreciate you. I will never take you for granted in any of my assignments. Thank you and thank you, thank you.
Well, Baba, you deserve honor because you have also acted honorably, not minding that you are our father, but you respect your own. And I can understand from where you are coming from. I know your track record. I know you that you are a seasoned administrator, and you have seen it all, and you understand. And I won't hide my closeness with you. I will never hide it. And I know that you are the one that always give honor to whom honor is due, not minding the age or state or even when you compare the status. But thank you for also understanding the importance of this exercise, and which you have also made mention today, to also let people know that the whole essence of this exercise is for people to be accountable. People need to know what you are doing in your respective ministry, agency, department, local government, or wherever you are. And anybody given responsibility, one responsibility of government, you must be accountable. And that is the whole essence of this assignment. Daddy, I can also inform you that this exercise is not just on the floor of this house. The same way you are looking at yourself on that screen, sir, that is how people are looking at you all over the world. It's live on all our social media platforms, on YouTube, on even EKTV is now linking it already so that you can, it's live everywhere. People are watching it live on of course, just like here, I am also watching you. And that is my YouTube. Same way, at this, everything you have said, sir, is in the archives. It can be heard over and over. You can even go back again and watch it again. People can watch it again and again. Sir, people are calling us from Canada, US, Singapore, everywhere, to also say that we are watching what is happening in the state, and that people now will know that people are accountable. And I thank you for understanding the import of this exercise. Thank you very much. It's on that note, sir, that we ask you to just step forward, take a bow, and go. We will meet you at the executive session for the rest, particularly. But please, PS and the DFA and every other person, note that when you are coming to the executive session, you come with all details, everything that we need to know about your expenses. We want to look at it at the executive session. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you, Daddy. Yes, sir. Let Daddy lay please give Daddy to lay the account of sea worship. Yes, let Daddy do it. Where are our media? No, the photographers. Where are they? Thank you, sir. You can just. MDA is Office of the Head of Service. Office of the Head of Service. Yes. Are you sure the seats there will be able to contain all of them? Well, let the PS first of all sit, then and the rest can go to the gallery if there are no seats. Though I saw some people, they actually wanted to stand with the head of service. And the head of service is already standing gidigba, so she doesn't need such support. Okay. Now, leader of the house, before we even go further, are there other ministry, department, agencies, offices that are under the head of service that we have invited separately? Instead of the head of service coming back and forth, we can just take all of them once and for all. Apart from, or maybe we ask head of service. Before introducing yourself, can you tell us the other offices under your office?
I think we have invited God. I was here to represent God a while ago. That's the only ministry that is outstanding. I mean, so that is done. All others are here. Yes.
I think that's okay if others are here. Before we even ask the head of service to introduce herself, yes, on Monday the 7th, Clark. Much. On Monday the 7th, we were actually expecting the Office of Establishment and Service Matters. Though we are not expecting the head of service to be the one that will come around to present the account of stewardship, we were actually expecting the permanent secretary of Office of Establishment. This house demanded an explanation why we will not take a disciplinary action against the Office of Establishment. But I believe that the office is also a bit clever by half, by also writing to us that it is the head of service that will do the presentation. But the letter written from this house was directed to the permanent secretary, permanent secretary, Office of Establishment and Service Matters, and not to the head of service. It was just there. So that explanation to me is not sufficient for that office not to appear on Monday. Even though they say it created a gap, yes. Well, no problem. Dear colleagues, let me just, the explanation given is that between 7th to 9th, they didn't really know when to come because the demand was that they should appear between 7th to 9th, and that, but most importantly, they were actually, I'm coming. I need to look at this reply very well. I'm sorry. I just have to. Madam Clerk. Well, what is important at the end of it all is that there was a letter from the office that the head of service will be the one to stand in and make presentation that office is under the office of the head of service. And truly, the head of service was not invited. The House has considered the letter and accepted that the head of service should do the presentation since the office is under the head of service as the overall head. So we will not take them in isolation. And that was why I was asking which other department or office. So maybe that's, just like when a judge writes, when he says, I am not okay with this, but there will be that, however. I think the however now is that the head of service is here to do the presentation on behalf of the office. And that makes the letter at the end of the day to be acceptable to us. I think that represents the opinion of members. If you're in support, say aye. If you're against, say nay. The ayes have it. On that note, we can then allow the head of service to address us by first, even though she has been here, but we only know her when she came. Now we don't know her again. She needs to also introduce herself to us. Who knows, maybe it's another person that is standing before us. So we would like to know who is standing before this house. Yes, the head of service.
Chairman, sir, the Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished legislators, I am Dr. Falakemi Olomojobi, Ekiti State Head of Service.
We're good to know that it's still the same person that came the other time that is still standing before us today. And I hope Honorable Awoni is not around. Okay, good. That's better. So please, can you just introduce your team?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With me this morning, I have the Permanent Secretary, PENCOM, Mrs. Fasheluka. I have the Permanent Secretary, PETAD, Mr. Motosho. And I have the Permanent Secretary, Office of Establishments, Mrs. Ajibola. I also have the Directors of Administration. Permit me to just introduce all the Directors of Administration together. Please rise.
All the directors should just stand up.
Yeah.
You might not need to mention their name because of time.
Okay. So
you are all welcome.
at
least I know so many of them. Or the house, do you need to know their names? Thank you very much. So you can sit down. Thank you very much. Yes, the head of service, just like we told you the last time, but this time around, I may also say, in case you want any of the permanent secretary to also speak to the document, I think that would be better, because I want to believe that you did not prepare this account of stewardship for these departments. You are the overall head. So this house will allow you to call any of them to make the presentation. And anytime you can go and sit down for them to do the presentation. So that let them do it. But in case you want to take the lead, feel free. All we need is to know, we'll start with, let's start with Office of Establishment and Service Matters. Okay? So if you want to do it, we are good. But if you want any of the peers to also render the account, that's okay. So please, just let us know how you want it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will stand to make the presentation. I also just want to join my voice with the apologies tendered by the ministry. Actually, no excuses. I've never received an invitation to the House, either from the House nor from my department, and I see that as a gap. So I join my voice to tender that apology, to say that it was actually a miss on their part. I would, however, enjoin the House to please keep me invited, so that I'm also not considered an outcast when I come. All right, on that note, sir, Mr. Chair, distinguished honorable members, I'll present the accounts of stewardship for the Office of Establishments and Service Matters. This department is directly under the supervision of the head of service, as has been stated, and the office deals with the conditions of service of public servants, such as appointments, promotion, intercader, transfer of service, welfare of civil servants, merging of service, posting, deployment, everything about civil servants, including industrial relations. The vision and mission is clearly stated. It is to accentuate the pursuit of excellence in service delivery. That department is structured to have three major departments. We have Establishments and Management Service Department, that's what we call EM&S. We have the Service Matters and Industrial Relations Department, that's SMIR. We have the Finance and Account Department, and also the Housing Loans Board. In the period under review, we have the following attainments. We have now completed the conduct of years 2022-2023 promotion arrears for all qualified workers. And that means, as of today, we do not have any arrears of promotion. We also have presented 42 administrative officers for consideration for Civil Service Commission. We have been able to successfully coordinate all labor union activities, and we're still on the negotiations for the new minimum wage. We have disbursed a total of 164,475,000 to 963 beneficiaries under the Staff Lands and Housing Loans Board. We also have 14 officers who had their transfer of service approved. We have 2 officers that we have merged their services. We hosted the 2024 Armed Forces Remembrance Day successfully. And in the period under review, we had a successful approval and implementation of pay parity to doctors in the State Ministry of Health and the Hospitals Management Board with their colleagues in the teaching hospital. We also facilitated the process for approval of restatements of 15 staff of Ekiti State House of Assembly Commission that were previously laid off. We facilitated the process of approval for appointment of 4 permanent secretaries, 3 executive secretaries in the period under review. Our monthly Keep Fit exercise is part of our activities, and we have conducted all outstanding requests for advancement. The provision of residency training funds for resident doctors at teaching hospital was also approved, and we now have 100% hazard allowance paid across all tiers of healthcare delivery. Next on that page is our internally generated revenue. The total 2024 approved estimates for this office was 3.3 million, and as at date, we have generated 5.322650 million, having a surplus of 2,022,650 naira. And this will adduce to the fact that we're able to cumulatively complete all promotion areas, and that means we had more activities in the year being reviewed. Our personnel costs, the total budget for the year was 77.4 million, thereabout, and up till August, we have disbursed 56.1 million, thereabout. The 21.3 million is for the rest of the year. Our overhead cost is on page 5. Because of the exigencies of these departments and the sensibilities of what they do, we have the overhead cost split into functions. For the Office of Establishment and Service Matter as a whole, we have a total budget of 40 million as overhead costs. We have been able to disburse 26.7 million, and we have 13.267 million outstanding for the rest of the year. Now, for the Management Service Department that deals solely with personnel matters, production of security materials, the total overhead budget for 2024 is 2.5 million. It was revised to 3.36 million as the year went by, and we have disbursed 2.160 million as at August, leaving 1.2 million outstanding. We also have other units under us, like Legion, Office of the SA, Labor Matters, and so their overhead costs are also stated here under staff matters and industrial relations. We have 3.1 million as the approved budget. We have disbursed 1.98 million, leaving 1.2 million outstanding. Also under industrial relations, that's where we have all the different councils and the unions and associations. The approved budget for the year was 85.566,730.07 million. We have disbursed 61.726,850 million, leaving an outstanding of 23,839,880 naira 7 kobo. And we also have budgets to host the civil service games, which is a budget of 1 million, and we have only disbursed 690,000 out of that. For the overhead costs for the peer review, that's where you have the activities of the SMCs and all the sub-labor matters. We have a revised budget of 3.5 million. We have disbursed 2.34 million, leaving an outstanding of 1,200,000. Okay, for the Legion, we have a monthly provision for Legion. We had a budget of 3.743,743,000 397 naira 44 kobo. We have disbursed 1.6 million, and we have a balanced budget of 2,143,397 naira 44 kobo. For our capital budget, we have not been able to access anything out of the 90 million so budgeted. This majorly would be because we had a twitch in the proposed plan to automate some of our services in the service, and so the content and the concept is being changed, and we hope to see this manifest in the 2025 budget. That is a submission, sir.
Maybe the push was not serious. I mean, the push was not so much, or the memo to that effect is not clear enough to attract approval.
The proposed automation and digitization is a phased process. On assumption of office, on review of what we had, we felt a great need to improve the capacity of the service itself to do a bit of statistical analysis so that we are sure that we are making investments in the right places. That is why we have that stalled for now.
Okay.
Thank
yes, dear colleagues, we have listened to HOS and in our presentation of the account of stewardship for Office of Establishment and Service Matters. Do we allow her to take all, and you just get the questions, or you want to take questions on each? Okay. Honorable Tunde, okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dear colleagues, I'm Honorable Babatunde Oke, representing Ikere Constituency 1. Issue is, that was a wonderful presentation, but I didn't hear anything that has to do with leave bonus. And civil servants used to talk about it around us. I wanted to speak to that. Where are we with leave bonus? Then on page 12 of these documents, I saw something, civil service club, construction of civil service club. I just want you to enlighten us on that. Thank you.
Honorable Tudoke, on the issue of the leave bonus, maybe we'll have asked the Accountant General. However, she's the head of service, but it's not, leave bonus is not, I'm not sure it's establishment and service matters. Well, but she's the head of service, she can also talk to us around it, but it's not establishment and service matters. Yes, any other question? All right, head of service, you might wish to answer.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. You are indeed an advocate, because that's the actual truth. It's not an establishment and service matters. Well, as at date, leave bonus, we have paid leave bonus up to 2018. We have made requests to the Office of Accountant General and the Commissioner for Finance. Of a fact, we had a roundtable about it recently. And as soon as the finances of the state get better, we are sure that something will be done about that. So we're on that, sir. And then the construction of the Civil Service Club, the agreements we had with the entire service is that the service itself will raise a quantum of money and then will begin to draw from government. Unfortunately, in view of the economic realities, we could not draw that fund from the service itself. You recall that at the moment, the government still pays a bit of palliative to support civil servants. So that was not the time to start asking them to pay any form of levy. But I believe strongly that as soon as we get the minimum wage running and we're able to draw from us the amount that we need to draw, then we'll start that project again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. On that note, we will just ask the head of service to also speak to the account of stewardship of the head of service. Office of the head of service.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to do this without going into some repetition, because what the head of service does is actually what these 3 or 4 departments do on a daily basis as well.
Observation, Right Honorable Speaker. Sorry. Observation.
That's your observation.
All right. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I observe the issuers keep referring to the Right Honorable Speaker as chair. I think the correct word for him is the Right Honorable Speaker or Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, probably, head of service has been coming to defend budgets. And when you come to defend budget, you address the chair.
Sure. Okay.
But this is not budget defense. We are plenary. I don't mean we are committee of the whole. We can address the speaker as chairman, but we are plenary. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished legislators, for that observation. You permit me, I'm learning. So the accounts of stewardship for the Office of the Head of Service from January through August 2024. This office is the creation of the Section 208 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. Our vision and mission is to build a highly professional, competent, and accountable workforce that will facilitate the socio-economic development of Ekiti State. In doing this, our mission is to efficiently and effectively implement government policies and programs, delivering high-quality services to the public in a transparent and impartial manner. I won't bore you with our values and ethos, because I know that they are equally the values and ethos of this distinguished house. And I know that you also know the functions of the head of service. But needless to, at the risk of repetition, there are 4 departments under the supervision of the head of service. We have the Office of Establishment and Service Matters. We have General Administration Departments. We have the Pension Transitional Arrangements Department and the Ekiti State Pension Commission. Under this period,
Head of service, so that I don't just take everything together now. All the offices you have mentioned, just take everything once and for all. So take everything. Thank you.
Okay. That's why I think they are more detailed in each of the. So let me speak to what we have done under Pension Transition Arrangements Department. The core mandate of PTAD is to prepare and process monthly payroll of pensioners, to ensure regular payment of pensions, to issue payment instructions to the Accountant General on pension-related matters, to ascertain deficits in pension payments, if any, and to maintain a comprehensive database of pensioners. Now, between January 24 and August 2024, we have paid 5,257,215,558 naira 11 kobo to 9,307 pensioners. I proudly say, as at date, we do not owe any pension at the state level. We were also able to pay the arrears of 2018 pension arrears, which came to a total of about 760,629,062 naira 92 kobo. We have also paid total gratitude debt as at August. We had paid 2.2 billion. Our gratitude indebtedness as at October was 19.9 billion naira, but as at August we had paid 2.2 billion out of that. For revenue, the PTAD is not really a revenue generating department, but they have generated a total of 1,713,200 naira, basically from a sale of pension processing forms under those 8-month period. We also had 45 pensioners expunged from our payroll as a result of death. We are making progress to ease the process of verification for pensioners. We are at the stage of transiting to electronic verification of pensioners so that we don't have to move them around from time to time. Our total recurrent expenditure for the year 2024 was 10,101,750 naira 64 kobo, and we have expended 6,190,000 to date. We do not have any capital estimates for that department. Well, I'll leave the challenges to the executive to deal with. Thank you, sir. The Right Honourable Speaker, and distinguished members, that will be the submission for PTAD.
Yes, which other one?
Then we have a pension commission, sir.
Yes, let's complete it now.
Yes, the Right Honourable Speaker, distinguished members of this hallowed chamber, for the pension commission, again, the vision is to ensure prompt payment of retirement benefits and promote a sustainable pension industry that can impact positively on the well-being of the retirees. I may want to note at this junction that gratitude keeps increasing every day as pension keeps increasing. So there's been a need to ensure that we have a framework that can deal with this. So I will excuse the House with the functions. I know that they are known. But for this period under review, we have achieved prompt and immediate payment of retirement benefits to those under the contributory pension scheme. We have also sensitized CPS stakeholders on the operation of CPS in the states. We have regularly updated our database. We now are able to project expected retirement dates so that the data of government is up to date. We have 33 CPS retirees that had been paid all their retirement benefits between January to August 2024. Now, I'll take us to the addendum at the back. Our organogram is as stated there. We now have a board, a part-time chairman with commissioners, and the permanent secretary is the secretary of the board. I have from pages 6 through 7 the list of retirees that have been paid their accrued rights between January 2024 to August 2024. This is a departure from the delayed payments we used to have. And under table 2 on page 8, I have the budget for overhead costs. The department has a total of 21,194,496 naira 2 kobo as total overhead costs, and has expended 19,748,316 naira for pension-related matters only. Under table 3, we also have the table speaking to the redeemable retirement fund accounts. This is 5% contribution to the redeemable retirement fund account. We have in that estimate 140 million, and up to date we have generated 88,760,416 naira 80 kobo. The next table is the salaries of staff of the pension commission, and the last table is total government contribution to the contributory pension scheme, which from January till September 2024 is totaled at 191,451,716 naira 61 kobo. Total 10% contribution to CPS by Ekiti State government. The Right Honourable Speaker, sir, this will be our submission for the PENCOM department, sir.
Madam Head of Service, I only allow you to take all this. I can tell you that PENCOM is here to submit his own account of stewardship. Oh, okay. Well, probably because it's not listed for today. I can understand. I decided to allow, so that the head of service will not be coming back and forth. That was why I just said, let her take everything under the office of the head of service. And that is exactly what I have done. All right, no problem. We will look for it. It was not listed for today, so it's possible that it's not before the House immediately. The PENCOM PITAD were actually not listed for today. It was establishment and head of service that was listed for today. But I just don't want the head of service. Though I would have loved to continue to see her face here. But I think she has other matters to attend to. That's why we have to take that. Dear colleagues, please just bear that with me. So any comments? Yes, Honorable Oluwayomi Ebenezer Ayorinde. Idosi 2.
Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues. My name is Honorable Yomi Ayorinde and I represent Idosi Constituency 2. I want to join the Right Honorable Speaker and other member of this House to welcome the head of service to our midst and also to appreciate the good work the governor is doing through your office. We notice that gratuity payments, we notice there are deliberate efforts to defray gratuity payments through your office by this governor, and we thank you for this. However, it does appear that the rate at which people are leaving the service is not the same rate at which we are creating opportunity for people to enter into the service. We would like you to pay more attention to this so that our able youth can have space to work for our government. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Oluwayomi Ayorinde. Yes, any other comments? Yes, and I think while following the head of service, it is important to also further emphasize that between January 2024 to August 2024, the sum of 5 billion, if I'm correct, from what she read out, 5 billion, 257 million, 215,558 naira 11 kobo has actually been paid as pension. And I try to look at the statistics because it's about 9,000 pensioners. We have about 9,000 pensioners in Ekiti State. If you do the average from January to August, if you do the average, it's around 9,000 pensioners in Ekiti State. And I also observed that between I'm trying to follow what you read around gratuity, how much was paid on gratuity between January and now. Do I have for the gratuity, the sum of 2 billion, 200 million naira had already been paid between January and now. And we have about but please, when next you are preparing your document, ensure you, particularly when it comes to that of pensioner, I have the understanding why you will not do the total. At least you can do the average. But for gratuity, you should be able to sum it for us to understand the total number 202,121,77,368 and 49. Those are the beneficiaries of your gratuity. If you add that together, I think that will give us how many beneficiaries? 202,121,77,368, then 49. In the month of July, 368 beneficiaries. So what's the total? We need to put it out.
17.
817
Yes, sir.
Beneficiaries. That's a lot. 817 retirees have been paid their gratuity within that 8 months to the tune of 2 billion and 200 million. So, well, thank you very much, and I think these are the areas that we continue to promote this government. However, because I have received the signals from my members that I should allow the head of service to leave, that the best thing is when we are now meeting at the executive session, we can now go into the figures and look at all these days. But please, when you are coming, to the executive session. I'm not talking to the permanent secretaries and director of admins. Please ensure you come with the details. We want to see all the details, even the beneficiaries. At least you have their names and what they are actually, so that we will understand what actually accumulated to 2,200,000. And just like I advised the local government pension board when they were here, that we should also begin to think around how do we even make our verification exercise less cumbersome, particularly for our retirees. I don't know whether the automation that you are trying to introduce will also cover that, particularly when when you are about leaving service. That should be that we do the, what's it called, capturing the transition. So anytime you want to do verification, someone that is in UK, you still want that person to come back home. Someone that is in US, I believe that by the time you do this, you digitalize it, facial capturing, fingerprint can settle this. I think we should also begin to move to that level. I was watching in one of the, it was on social media circulated, someone from Ekiti who went to Abuja, one of the old men, I think a retiree, in the, what's it called, in the military. He was lost on the street of Abuja. Why even that stress in the first place? On your phone, I believe we can do this verification exercise on our phone. The world is evolving. This is a digital age, and I think we too in Ekiti State, we should now see what we can do to also move to that digital age. Please, let's see what we can do to make this. After 35 years, someone's supposed to be resting now, and we'll still be calling all of them, come to Ado for verification. I think let's see how we can utilize ICT to at least make this less. That would be my only advice on that. I thank you, head of service. Well, I never expected anything less. When it comes to your work, at least I've known you for a very long time, dutiful and committed. Okay, I've said that no commendation. Don't worry, I'm not commending now. Am I commending? I'm only saying what I know. And it's a case of Reps Ipsa Locutor. Fact speaks for itself. And you can see that she has never disappointed and she will never disappoint. Thank you very much. We'll meet at the executive session when the time comes. For the physical projects that you have done, capital project, if there is any, committee will come to also look at it. There's going to be a visit to locals in Kuho who will have at least sightseeing and to ensure that everything is done to specification so that if there is BOQ, we'll look at your BOQ compared to what we have. We will come and count the blocks, so even for the buildings. We will know how to count it. Don't worry. We have an engineer among us who can, even those one inside the foundation, he can count. Leader of the house, you know you can count. And he knows how to count. And we will come around. And for every other thing, if it's BEME, we will also look at the whole thing. We'll come with tape rule for measurements. We'll come with hammer to also understand. Thank you very much. Madam Head of Service, please just walk to the maze and take a bow. Please kindly lay the 3 documents up. Thank you. Much the peers and the directors. Well done, very. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Dewale, thank you very much. You're welcome.
Next, MDA, Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology.
Minister of Innovation. Idowu Odebumi, your ministry. PS, we still need to be voted for to be able to sit on that seat. Has the commissioner appeared before the base? Oh, okay. I didn't see him. I was discussing.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My dear colleagues, we have the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology in front of us. Right Honorable Speaker, you may direct him to introduce himself to us.
Yes, the innovative commissioner. Can we meet you?
Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished honorable members of the House of Assembly, good afternoon. My name is Fakuade Oluwaseun, Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Digital Economy.
So, introduce your team. Members, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Accompanying me to the House of Assembly, Ekiti State today is the leadership of the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Digital Economy, Mr. Ayodele Adeyanju, the Permanent Secretary, the ES-BICT, Mrs. Abayomi, DAS, and STEAM members and other senior members of the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Digital Economy. We have other colleagues, but we are short of space, so they will just hang around.
They can still at the gallery?
Yes. They are there, over there.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Commissioner, recall that sometimes last year, the governor of Ekiti State nominated you to be screened by this house. And after the screening, because the house eventually screened, we got your nomination confirmed. And based on that, the governor eventually did swearing, and you were posted to this ministry to superintend over Ministry of Innovation. It's on that the House has actually invited you this morning to come and to present your account of stewardship. At least, I remember when we screened, part of what we said is fit and proper, to say that this person is competent enough. And why we have asked you to come is to also justification for our screening and eventual confirmation, and to tell the people that yes, the House of Assembly was not wrong to have actually confirmed me to be so appointed as a commissioner in this state. And what we want to hear from you now is what you have done in the last 1 year. But I know you will be happy also to know that this session is also being live. I know because that will interest you, and I don't know, you will be very happy to know that on all our social media platforms, you are there. YouTube, every of our social media platform. And I'm aware that EKTV is also linking with our YouTube to also relay this live. Now, Ekiti people are watching, not just within Ekiti State, not just in Nigeria alone, but outside the shore of Nigeria. So they will want to listen to you. Thank you. So your time starts now. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, and the honorable members of the House of Assembly, I present to you a summary of the last 1 year at the Ministry of Innovation, Science, and Digital Economy. Very shortly after we were confirmed as a ministry, you will recall, Mr. Speaker, members of the House, that this ministry is the pioneer ministry of Innovation, Science, and Digital Economy in Ekiti State. And Mr. Governor, the confidence that they are reposed in us, we began to immediately justify it. Just 3.5 weeks after the ministry was created, we came up with a strategy innovation blueprint that has begun to serve as a guideline and perhaps what you will call a Bible for all our activities in the ministry. It's on that innovation blueprint strategy that we also started engaging with the private sector and development partners with. It is presented here, but a copy of it will be left before we leave the House proceeding today. This innovation strategy blueprint is divided into 5 key areas. The first one is what we call the policy operationalization of the ministry and, of course, the government and the private sector. The second one is called the digital public infrastructure. The third one is the skills foundries for Ekiti. The fourth one is enterprise formation and acceleration. And the fifth, but not the last one, one actually is the digital transformation of government. Why are these 5 things very critical? We believe that as a pioneer commission, the importance of setting the foundation for kickstarting innovation in the public sector and the private sector cannot be overemphasized. And being a ministry that has now incorporated the Bureau of ICT under it, it was important for us to do a proper assessment of what we had on ground before we started operation. In the last 1 year, we have been lucky and fortunate in Ekiti State to have passed or written or rewritten at least 4 key cardinal policies. The first one is the ICT policy. The state ICT policy is what allows the state to superintend over every critical information, communications and technology policy or infrastructure or procurement under the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Digital Economy. The House may want to put on note that the last time that the state ICT policy was actually put to use was 10 years ago. And that was the last time it was reviewed. So we have completed it. And not only have we now upgraded the state ICT policy, we have incorporated ongoing 4th industrial revolution practices, including artificial intelligence, into our own state ICT policy. It will please the House to know that we are the first in country to have made this a core part of our state ICT policy. So that today, as we begin then to start to put to use and practice the state ICT policy, all of the different generative AIs, generative artificial intelligence applications that have been developed all over the world, we can begin to enjoy it in Ekiti State. The second thing that we have been very fortunate to have put to use as a policy is the State Innovation Investment Guide. The investment guide allows any person company, entity, development partner across Nigeria or even beyond the shores of this country to look at our state investment opportunities. What are the things that are available within Ekiti State, within our economic sectors, within the public sector and within the private sector that they can begin to explore as an opportunity. And we have provided this also to our ecosystem players. The other thing that I want to make known to the House is that we worked with the Knowledge Transfer Network of the UK, of the United Kingdom, and we were able to also establish what we now have as the Ekiti State Ecosystem Map. So if you go to www.innovateekiti.org today, what you will find are the physical or digital interpretation of all startups or all companies that are operating within the technology space in Ekiti State. And of course, will be updated as we get in new companies within the state. We have also been fortunate to now have at the final stage of editing the state's startup technology startup act, which Mr. Attorney General will present to the State Executive Council very soon before it is presented to the House of Assembly for review and passing. These policies, again, are extremely critical, not just because we are a pioneer ministry, but because these are all the indicators that your startups in Nigeria, beyond Nigeria, your development partners or actors within the innovation and technology ecosystem will look at to see if we have all the enabling environment conditions as policies embedded in them before they can begin to act. And I want to inform the House that we are very fortunate that because of these very critical foundational measures, the results that we have been able to generate in the last 1 year has been as an outcome of the acts and policies we've put together. The second important thing that's inside this, again, blueprint for the Ministry of Innovation is digital public infrastructure. And when I say digital public infrastructure, let me explain very briefly. When we came into office, the first thing that we took stock of with the Bureau of ICT were the infrastructure that we have in the state. And we note that with the ambition of Ekiti State to want to become the innovation capital of Nigeria and the technology startup capital for Nigeria, it was important to put in, after the innovation policies, an infrastructure that is able to accommodate all of our intentions and ambitions. I'm pleased to announce to you today that not only have we now finally connected the Campus A and Campus B of government as the first phase of this infrastructure, but Mr. Governor has therefore now concluded plans to provide fiber optics infrastructure across all public institutions across the state of Ekiti. The implication for that, for the second phase, is that if you pass across any public institution, either schools, health centers, or any public infrastructure that belongs to government at the local and state levels, you would have internet access available in those places. The meaning is that following COVID and following the different challenges that we're facing as a country, our citizens can begin to work efficiently and effectively from different areas of the state where they choose to. You will notice that when we had a recent challenge for fueling, Mr. Governor asked members of the civil service, some members, to stay back home and work. The implication for this is that if we have digital public infrastructure in different locations across the state, in Ado-Ekiti, across all the local governments, our people can work effectively without even coming to the office, which is what obtains across the world. So, and by the grace of God, when we're able to then implement this infrastructure next year, starting next year now around the state, we'll become the second state in the country to have taken up this initiative and run with it. And that is why it was the second pillar of our innovation strategy blueprint. The third pillar is what we call the skills foundries. The foundries are the training activities or the human capital development programs of the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Digital Economy. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, we note and we know that Ekiti State is a foremost state in terms of knowledge acquisition, and that is what we have and enjoy as an heritage in Nigeria. And And we are not going to rest on our horse, as I've explained when I came here during the time of my screening. To be able to justify the investment that is coming into the Ekiti Knowledge Zone as a first-in-class, first and only for now approved federal, a special economic zone in Nigeria that is serving the innovation ecosystem, it is important for us to start to equip our young people with the requisite skills that will allow them to work at the knowledge zone. And I say this with all sense of responsibility. I remember when Mr. Governor made a reference to this some couple of weeks ago, asking us the different measures we're putting in place to ensure that all sons and daughters or children in Ekiti can benefit from the knowledge zone when it becomes operational. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, our third pillar intends to, at every point in time every year, train at least 50 to 100,000 people in intermediate to advanced skills in Ekiti State. We recently conducted a feasibility study in Ekiti regarding the digital preparedness of our citizens and residents in Ekiti. And it is shocking to know that from every 10 that we had evaluated, not up to 2 people had between intermediate to advanced skills of what the knowledge zone requires. So the conversation we've started, therefore, with all our formal institutions of learning is how do we begin to mainstream future of work skills in secondary schools, in universities, and of course in neighborhood centers. And I will explain this very, very shortly. By the grace of God, Q1 next year, Mr. Governor will be kickstarting the first pilot of this program in Ekiti State. And it is to test within the country, within Ekiti State, what is the capability that we can put to play when we invest in innovation laboratories in our secondary school. The meaning of that is this. If you bring your child to Ekiti State in the next 3-4 years, after these pilots have now been fully tested, iterated, and improved upon, you can arguably say that every child in Ekiti would have a minimum base requirement wherein if you take a child out of GSS1, there's a minimum quality of technology that a child in Ekiti has. And these 6 schools will start next year in Q1. What is the meaning of this? If the skills required, I will give you a case example, is front-end developer for the knowledge zone. By the time our children leave secondary school and they get to university, they would have acquired an intermediate level of that capacity or technical skill so that when they get to university, they can continue on their progression upwards. And we have a very formidable example in the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Digital Economy. One of the directors of the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Digital Economy, Dr. Adebayo, his son is just 16-year-old. And I assure you that the kind of capabilities that son has, that child has, is nothing compared to what you will find anywhere in this country today. And he's a product of our public school. The meaning of this is that our public schools have the capacity, if we're able to fund and invest and rightly put the curriculum that they require before them. So skills foundries is an important aspect of our pillar in innovation strategy. Let me quickly point to you that this innovation strategy, when we did it 1 year ago, the estimated budget to implement everything from beginning to end is 58 billion naira in 4 years. Because all of these things that we're putting before you do not come cheap. To procure data infrastructure, to do data centers, to put technical skills or equip our young people with skills come with a lot of funding requirements. And it's the same thing across the universities. I'm happy to inform the House of Assembly today that we are at a tertiary level of constructing the state's first university innovation hub in Ekiti State University, followed by Federal University of Ekiti, POST, and one other institution, the College of Health Tech, next year by the grace of God, all things being equal. So that is on the skills foundries and the training programs in Ekiti. Because of the...
Mr. Commissioner, please can you now begin to round up? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have been fortunate to also have our partners across Nigeria, the UNDP, the KTN, Wood Lab, STEP Founders Institute support us by training more than 20,000 of our young people in Ekiti State.
20,000 Ekiti youths trained?
Yes, more than 20, sir.
More than 20,000 Ekiti youth.
Yes, sir. And it's a drop in the bucket compared to what we need to do.
Well, it is also surprising that you mean 20,000 youth in Ekiti State have been trained, and the reaction on the faces of my member, and none of them is aware, as representative of each constituency in Ekiti State. Chairman, House Committee on Innovation, are you aware?
Honorable Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, I'm not aware, sir.
Okay, no problem. We'll interrogate that. Thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead.
The fourth point is on the enterprise formation and acceleration in Ekiti. Skills are not enough. They are important, but are not enough for us in Ekiti State, because until our young people who are very technically sound, who have the skills requirement to get jobs, also start to create employment opportunities, our job is not complete. So our fourth pillar is to ensure that even when our young people have the skills that they require, they also have the requirements to begin to start businesses that succeed and not fail. In this regard, we have been fortunate to work with the KTN Business Connect to provide £7,000. I'm not going to interpret the Naira equivalence because of the current rates, to 5 of our young people in Ekiti. Just 2 weeks ago, too, the UNDP conducted the first phase of a 300 shortlisting of our citizens in Ekiti State, doing a boot camp for them for 2 weeks at the Ekiti State Startup Garage, spending more than 100 million naira in that process, because the 300 people that the UNDP had done the boot camp with were fully housed, accommodated in a residency program in Ado Ekiti, the Light Hotel precisely. And this is an important test for us as we begin to conclude the roadmap for implementing enterprise formation and acceleration in Ekiti State. The House were invited on August 12th to the Ekiti Startup Garage that was formally launched by Mr. Governor. We are proud as a state to become the first in the country to kick off this idea. The Startup Garage is different from the typical innovation garage that you have across the country. Usually an innovation laboratory or innovation hub, you'll find highly skilled young people developing software applications alone or as a focus. But the Startup Garage is a mixture of both. So whilst innovation, software development, software engineering is a core focus, another focus is thus also the ability of our young people to start to develop maker products in Ekiti State. And I'll give you just one example as I conclude. There is a province in China called Suzhou. What they do is to take our African products, ceramic sculpture, and subject it to what is a 3D printing and attach adire around it. And they export it back to Africa that we buy. We believe that this is one of the things that we have now been able to get support from the UNDP to procure a 3D printing machine for that Ekiti Startup Garage, so that our young people, when they have ideas, like for instance, Mr. Speaker and members of the House, producing this microphone, they can come to the garage and test it, iterate it, and once it's a product that they can then mass produce, they can take to full production. This allows our young people, after they have learned their skill, after they've had ideas, to begin to test ideas and proliferate these ideas, and if they become successful, start their own companies or their products from there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Now I will take members to ask questions, and possibly the question can also cover the field, those you're unable to cover. Honorable Odebumi, I will come to this side later.
The capacity, right, Honorable Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues, I still remain my humble self, Comrade Idowu Odebumi, representing the good people of Oye Constituency 2. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, we've listened to you and all what you have been doing for Ekiti State, your achievements, and many other pipeline activities. But in the document submitted there, right, Honorable Speaker, all those things that you've done for Ekiti State, you did not attach Is it for free? Does it mean it doesn't cost Ekiti State anything? You did not tell us, because this place we are representing Ekiti people, and Ekiti people, they are not only listen to what you've achieved, they want to know how accountability and transparency your ministry is, by how you manage the taxpayers' money. Also,
and I think the best way to put it, even if it's not Ekiti money, any money received on behalf of Ekiti is Ekiti money.
Yes.
Once it is done on the name of through the office, anything, either donor, whatever it is, it has become Ekiti money, and that has to be accounted for. It just have to account for it. It has become Ekiti donor, whatever. If it is done on the name of that office as the commissioner, if you are getting it as a commissioner, it is to be accounted for. Of course, that will even enter into, if it is not in the original budget, it will enter into supplementary budget as revenue. If it is from donor or whatever, or counterpart for whatever it is, it has to be accounted for. Very, very important. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also on page 8, item 6. Page 8, item 6. Mr. Speaker, if you permit me to read.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. State Innovation Program, Young Innovators Program, Kid Innovative Program, Ekiti Workplace Innovative Vouchers, Ekiti State Tech Hub Program to develop creative industry. In the proposed 2024 budget, we are having 270 million, and the ministry has been able to access 25 million. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would love the Honorable Commissioner, if he's coming to executive session, to come with details about this place, what has really happened, who are those that have benefited from this program.
Or what is this meant for?
And what is this meant for?
All right.
Also, sir, the 2,000 people that the commissioner has
20,000.
20,000. We would love, Ekiti State would love to know the criteria the ministry used to pick those 20,000, because we are representing Ekiti State here, different constituency, and if you are capturing it, at least the State Assembly ought to have aware of the beneficiary.
No, even leave the State Assembly out of it for now. Leave the State Assembly from it. Anybody can decide to do the assignment without the State Assembly. The only thing the State Assembly will also want to know is if you say 20,000 people have benefited as beneficiaries, where is the list of these beneficiaries? At least the House will want to know the beneficiaries and from which local government, constituencies, wards, and their phone numbers. Then you cannot talk of, it is when you now know those ones that you cannot begin to ask for the criteria used to pick them. But the first thing is to know, to have the list of the beneficiaries. And having known the list of the beneficiaries, then, and the list will contain their local governments and their respective wards in the state, and also their phone numbers, because the House want to have better knowledge of these people and the impact that has had on them. It's easy for you now to go back. Once you have the list, you can go back to your constituency to also interrogate those ones and to know how the training has actually impacted them and what they have benefited. That will also show us value for money, whatever is part of the oversight function that the House will carry out. I think that should be enough for you. You can ask all the questions.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Commissioner, as critical stakeholder of...
I said that will be enough for you.
Okay.
Thank you. You can pass it to another person. Thank you. Honorable Tunde, okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dear colleagues, I'm Honorable Babatunde Oke, representing Ikere Constituency 1. Honorable Commissioner, uh, let me say that I love your vision and your ideas and your policies. My first comment is that I don't want a situation where the development will be limited to the states only. The local government, we want this development to get to the grassroots. You talk about enhancement.
Sorry, dear colleagues, I know there are some of us who still have questions, but please, after this question, we'll have a stand down for 5 minutes.
All right.
Stand down 5 minutes. After the question,
right.
we'll come back. Thank you.
So, what I'm saying is that we want a situation whereby the development will go to the grassroots. I will implore you to work with the Ministry of Local Government Affairs to see how you can bring the local government chairman on board. When we're doing our the account of stewardships of the local government chairman, I realized that only one local government even has website out of 16 local governments. I think your ministry needs to work with the Ministry of Local Government Affairs to see how we can drive these visions and policies to the local government so that people at the grassroots can benefit. Then the second one, I know recently you heard that the State House of Assembly was awarded on ICT integration. And of course, I've listened to you, you've talked about trainings and some other things. I want a situation whereby you are going to work hand in hand with the committee in charge of the ministry to see how this arm of government can also key into all these ideas and visions. It's very, very important. Your visions and your ideas should not be limited to the executive arm of government alone. I want a situation whereby you will drive the ideas and visions to the legislative arm of government, even to the judiciary. So please, I want you to know that it's very, very important also. And you mentioned statewide fiber optic infrastructure. Of course, issue of internet. I don't know, is it going to be free? Or are we going to be paying for it? It's very important. And that will take me to funding. Although you have mentioned some of the development partners that you are working with, I want you to do more so that the financial burden will be lifted from the government. Also, the trainings that you have conducted, all those things supposed to be in these, what's it called? The documents.
That is your final
Yes.
take.
So please, when you are coming to the second session, let us have all those necessary documents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tunde. Okay. If you have not captured that, please ensure that you. Part of what we're asking is what you have received so far from this donor. Is it part of your? Is it in your 2024 budget? If it is not there, we would like to know. Then we can talk around it. Yes, I said we are going to have a stand down for now. We'll come back 5 minutes to for the commissioner to answer the questions, except if there are other questions. I take the questions, then commissioner will, well, yes, we'll come back. Thank you. Stand up, please. Thank you. conveyed. Yes. Another question? Yes, Honorable Ayo Adegbite.
Right Honorable Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, my name is Ayo Adegbite, representing Ado Constituency 1. Mr. Commissioner, you mentioned something about startup garage, and then there was an approval that we read about Mr. President approving an ICT hub sometime earlier this year. I think when the Vice President came, he mentioned that it will be built within 3 months or something like that. I'm not sure if that was what he said. So can you give us an update on what it is? And then what's the difference between the ICT hub and the startup garage? Thank you.
Honorable Oluwayomi Ayonide.
Right Honorable Speaker and distinguished colleagues, mine is just to encourage the Honorable Commissioner to continue to do more with what he is doing. And your department is to cater for the teeming youth that we have in the state and to form the highest number of people we have at the moment. Please, whatever you can do to suck them in and get them engaged and make them useful to the society, please continue to do it. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, I will allow the Commissioner to respond.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, thank you very much. The programs that have been delivered in Ekiti State were the discretion and capacity of our partners. The Ministry of Innovation has not executed on its own any training program so far because we've not had the resources to do that. Regarding the details of what that is, I would definitely bring to the executive session the details from the development partners and the private sector partners, because there are two in one, to that session so that we can be apprised. But from the first-hand information that I have, which is part of what I was going to discuss if I had concluded my statement, is that most of the recipients of this training have been mostly Ekiti people who are either online or in the universities, which speaks to when I was discussing about the facilities in local governments and communities that needs to be constructed and built, which is in our budget. You will see the local government innovation hubs that we put in there, which is meant to facilitate those who don't have access to resources in their universities or who don't even have phones that has the capacity for that training. Regarding the 25 million that was approved, of course, that will also come at the Executive Council, but I can inform you firsthand that, sorry, before I go to that, Mr. Speaker made mention of something. The Commissioner does not collect any money from any development partners. The development partners spend and expend their money as they want to on their program. They just carry us along because they are the ones executing their programs in collaboration with the Ekiti State. What we have done most importantly in that regard is we have either tried to help provide physical facilities for our people who don't have the capability on their own to join those online programs with the private sector or the development partner. Regarding 25 million, the details of that will be fully provided by the ministry because again, the Commissioner does not concern itself with the affairs of financing when it comes to executing program apart from the approvals. And we got all the approvals that we need regarding the startup garage, and all the expenditure will be provided to the House very soon. The development of local governments. Yes, I absolutely agree with you, sir. If you look at our budget, like I said initially, For this year, we have ₦1 billion. We've only been able to access 25 million, and that was for the startup garage. There's nothing else that we've been able to access apart from that. And there's a lot that we want to do, and there's a lot that is ongoing in process of being initiated as implementation. One of that is the 100 million that Mr. Governor approved at the ESCO, that the ESCO actually approved 2 ESCO meetings ago for the Innovation Enterprise Support Fund. And that support fund is divided into 5 distinct groups, one of which is the local government innovation competition that is meant to support our people in the local government. But the details of that will be communicated to the House immediately that program is then signed off on. But that funding has been approved but not released yet to the ministry. Once it is released, the details of all the programs under that funding for our innovators in local government, for women in tech, for youngsters will be provided to the House. Yes, I agree. Since we became a commission, we've written 3 letters to all the ministries, departments, and agencies in this state on collaboration and partnership on things we can do to bootstrap or to even help the ministries develop not just websites, applications, digital products that can improve their processes. We are working, and we hope that that would improve as we go on. But one of the success stories that we will share in the couple of months to come will be with the Ministry of Education and Agriculture that we are now at the verge of executing projects with. Some of the concerns that we have inherited on ground is that the state does not have capacity to develop applications. That is not true. The Bureau of ICT, we have actually had to have back and forth conversations, arguments with our colleagues because they thought we just need to buy and procure some softwares, which we believe that the ministry can implement if given the required support that it requires. But we will take up the offer from you, Honorable Oke, regarding working with the House of Assembly. We're actually very pleased.
He cannot give you that offer. No offer yet. He's only asking you what yes. And the only thing I will even ask, what do you think this has to do to improve on our digitalization successes that we have recorded? I think that is even what I will ask you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and
Mr. Speaker, I would.
And I think the Secretary should be learning from the House of Assembly now. Please, let's yes.
Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency, Mr. Governor, finally signs our bucket, you have a lot to benefit from the government, from the executive arm of government. But to answer your question, I salute the progress that the House has made. I think this is very commendable, and we applaud the country for noting the significant stride that has been made in a very short while. We have, at least I know that there are 2 products that we can work together on that can enhance your procedure. The first one is called the e-legislature, and I've discussed privately or in a bit with Honorable Adegbite at some earlier conversation that we had. The meaning of that is that apart from having an online presence or electronic presence, that digital capability, like the iPad that Mr. Speaker has in front of him, can do the same thing that you're doing here from any part of the world if the House dictates, allows it. If your House proceedings or governing law allows that members anywhere they are can conduct the business of the House where they are. And
unfortunately, the rules of the House and the Constitution does not allow that.
Exactly. So an e-legislature is something that is currently rife across the world where you have digital societies, and the capability is mind-blowing. You can sign, you can vote, you can, in a very safe, highly encrypted environment, you can do the same thing that you are doing here anywhere.
Are you aware that this House also do our e-voting?
Yes, I am aware.
Thank you.
I'm aware. And to that, I would say that part of the way we can work with you is to assure the integrity of your systems in terms of cybersecurity. Because what you're doing, as important as it is, if you're compromised, if you have an open socket in your infrastructure, not only will your accounts be thrown open to the world, but they can also do damage to this honorable House. And the operationalization of your process is not as important as the integrity and the trust that people would have with you.
Yeah, back to the questions.
Yes, sir. ICT integration, House of Assembly, I think I've answered that. Statewide fiber optics, the current mechanism that Mr. Governor is looking at is first to get the final cost of what that will mean to the state government before we start discussing on the implication for homes and houses. And I know that, for instance, because of the quality of infrastructure that we're hoping to get from IHS and the other entity we're working with, that it is possible to have much more discounted offers than what we currently have from the telcos if we do a statewide infrastructure. And like I say, when we're funded, we are a revenue generating house. Because imagine that the only thing you are paying, or maybe 100,000 houses are paying every year in Ekiti, is maybe 10,000 naira for their internet infrastructure. Imagine the number of revenue that comes to the ministry and the state government. Funding, like I said, we've only gotten 25 million. All of the things we've been able to achieve by the grace of God this year is because we've been going out and canvassing with our development partners and the private sector who have come to our aid. But I'm sure that that is going to improve as we go into the final quarter next year, because Mr. Governor has then committed some significant resources for the ministry. Honorable Adigbite asked about the ICT hub. So, Honorable Adigbite, the startup garage, like I said, is the first of its kind in Nigeria. It's not happened before. In that you are putting people, if you have a cobbler who has developed a technological innovation, they can utilize the technology and the equipment that we're procuring at the startup garage. Meanwhile, an ICT or an innovation hub usually would do software, like websites, like applications for entities or governments and all that, as a focus. And most of what you will see is maybe fintech, agtech, or education tech. But a makerspace combines both, in that if you have any idea that you know as an artisan, as a vulcanizer, that is a product that you can either trademark or license, to test it could be cost prohibitive for them. So what the startup garage helps them do is to test those ideas, and if they become successful, go and implement the mass production elsewhere. But that startup garage then has the function to accommodate both non-technical and technical software developers in the same space at the hub, at the garage. And hopefully when we have enough funding, this is also meant to be replicated across the communities in Ekiti, because as an agrarian society, and also as a society that values a lot of handiwork, we believe that these are areas and ways in which we can improve on their entities and activities. And finally, sir, the implementation of that is first from the Ministry of Trade. They are the ones engaging with the federal government. It is when the design stage of what it should be, how it should be situated, that we are discussing with them, because it was trade which started the conversation with the federal government in the first instance. And finally, sir, Honorable Ayomide, thank you so much for your encouragement. We know that the ministry is able to do a lot, and that's also why we're not resting on our horse and the state resources to ensure that we have enough partners in the room to execute our projects. Thank you, sir.
Dear colleagues, I think we should just allow the other commissioner to go. We'll meet him at the executive session, particularly for those details that we have requested for. Please ensure that those details, we have all the details at the executive session. Thank you very much. I hope that very soon we'll have the results of all these good and novel ideas, that we can have them handy in our hands. Thank you very much. Please, you can step to the mess and lay your account of stewardship. Thank you, the PS. Mr. Adeyanju. Well done. Leader of the House.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The next ministry, Ministry of Capacity Development and Training.
Please bring in Minister of Capacity Development, please. Thank you. 7 minutes for both presentation and question and answer. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Can we just quickly meet you? And after that, please introduce your team, and we'll take off from there. Thank you.
The Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished honorable members, I want to appreciate you for giving us this opportunity. My name is Patrick Olugbenga Tedela, Professor of Plant Science and the Pioneer Commissioner of Ministry of Capacity Development and Training. I have on my team the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Olawale Olaleye. We have the Director of Finance and Accounts, Mr. Biodo Ugulai. We have the Director of Admin and Supplies, Mr. Sunday Adebayo Anigilaye. We have the Director of Capacity Development and Training, Mr. Deji Daramola. And we have, representing the principals, Staff Training School, we have Mrs. Olaokpa Fumilayo. The principal is currently attending a conference in Lagos. And last but not the least, the Acting Director of Planning Research and Statistics, Mr. Ayodelewe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Yes, just like foundation to this. Honorable Commissioner, you recall that sometimes last year, this House received your nomination to be appointed as a commissioner in the state. And you recall that you were here for a screening, and the House screened. And after the screening, you are confirmed because the House believed that you are competent enough to be so appointed as a commissioner in this state. And subsequent to that, Mr. Governor swear you in, appointed you based on our recommendation. And at the end, you are posted to the Ministry of Capacity Building. Am I correct?
Training.
Oh, Capacity Development and Training. And then in the last 1 year, you have been there. So the House would like to know what you've been able to do as a commissioner in that ministry. Thank you. Sir, just go straight because we only have everything together, 7 minutes for you, all together.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, permit me to just give a little bit of intro. The Ministry of Capacity Development and Training was actually upgraded by His Excellency. It used to be Office of Capacity Development and Reforms under the head of service. But for better efficiency and productivity of civil servants, Her Excellency upgraded that ministry to undertake a strategic and holistic capacity development of civil servants, of public servants. And so that ministry was created out of that office. And I was asked to serve as the pioneer commissioner. The ministry is structured having these 4 departments. We have the capacity development and training department. We have the administration and supplies department, the finance and accounts department, and the internal audit unit. But within the ministry, we have 2 units. We have the State Resource Center and the Staff Development Center, which are units directly under the purview of the Capacity Development and Training Department. And each department is headed by a director. We have a staff strength of 31 members, comprising of 25 senior staff and 6 junior
I will be glad I will just go straight to...
All right, sir.
Yes.
So let me just mention what we do as a ministry. The first is that we conduct training needs assessment of all MDAs. And from the training needs assessment we received, we prepare a training work plan for the civil service. And that we follow through. Then we also do monitoring of short duration training programs for those acquiring some essential skills within the
Sorry, sir.
service.
Just go to page 3, item 311.
All right, I only wanted to prepare the ground.
Let's go there straight.
No problem, sir. So from January till date, we've been able to use, there's a table 3.1.1. Those are the workshop and training and conferences that have been facilitated by the ministry till date, about 6 of them. And we also have other activities like issuance of part-time study leave with pay, issuance of study without pay. That is also listed under 3.1.1. For 3.1.2, these are approved trainings, already approved by Mr. Governor, but we are waiting release of funds from the Ministry of Finance. And we have about 8 of those items listed. Aside that, I'm on page 5 now, since you said I should just...
Yes.
We have a capital budget of 150 million, and we have overhead of 100 million. The breakdown of the overhead, we have 75 million for local training and 6 million for overseas training. But for our RG and the staff district, we have 19 million. So since January to date, we have actually obtained the RG of 7.68 million. And for the training school, we have a void of 2 million, and we have secured 1.16 million up to date. So the total budget for training is 81 million. That is 75 million for local training plus 6 million for overseas training. And that of the total expenditure for overhead is 17.5 billion plus the 7.6 billion, that's about 25 million. That is all that we have. But the major challenge that we have as a ministry, if we look at that table 3.1.1, and look at these are trainings we are supposed to do in the first quarter. And Mr. Governor approved that training for us January this year. But if you look at the time we implemented that training, you will see that most of the trainings came in July. And that is because we were only able to get cash backing by July, after taking approval in January for what we were supposed to do for first quarter training. So the other ones, which is 3.12, are the approvals received since May. But up till while I'm talking to you, Mr. Speaker, we are yet to get cash backing for it. And as a ministry that deals with training and capacity development, we need timely release of funds. So what has been hindering our activities, we will have done more than this if we were able to receive funds as and when due. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity while I wait questions from honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, any questions to the Honorable Commissioner before we ask him to take a bow so that we'll meet him at the executive session for the rest? Any question? Thank you, Honorable Okeme.
The Right Honorable Speaker, our capacity speaker, our speaking speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Honorable Barrister Yabo Fakunle Okeme, and I represent the good people of Ilejemeje constituency. Professor Tedela, I want to congratulate you, and I want to appreciate you for your report. Looking at your portfolio, one would have thought that it's not a revenue generating establishment. But as far as I am concerned, I am particularly astonished that you have been able to generate some revenue. My question to you is that who are your patronizers or who are your customers? Is it government to government? Do you make any effort to reach out to private establishments to train them? You know, probably those are part of what makes for this your mouth-watering revenue. I would like to know that. Thank you.
Honorable Okeme, if you read from the introduction, it's just for public, just for civil servants and nothing more. And again, we have also mentioned that it's not a revenue-generated ministry, so we might not expect much from them. You know, there are some ministry departments that are not revenue-generated ministry. It's just like anybody expecting the House of Assembly to generate revenue. So I think that's okay. Yes, please, you can step to the...
Sorry, sir, let me just...
which one is that?
Address the question.
You have something else different from what I've said?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Actually, maybe because I was rushing, I ought to have mentioned that when we process study leave, we sell forms to civil servants.
And they are still civil servants. I said they are still civil servants.
Yeah, we set forms.
Yes.
Those that are going on. So that's why we have the revenue there.
That's why you have your revenue.
Yes.
It's not that you don't have as outside civil servants.
No, we don't.
That's
within the civil
yes,
service.
I understand that you can only get your revenue
through
from the forms that you are selling for those who want to go on study leave.
Yes.
That's all.
Then we have the staff development center that helps in the training of secretarial staffs.
And
so they also pay some tuition.
You train drivers, you train or anybody.
All kinds of
civil servants.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please, you can step to the mesa. Thank you very much. Every other thing, we will do it at the executive session, particularly anything that has to do with your details of your expenses. Please kindly lay your... No, you have to lay... Okay, you lay your account of stewardship. So, every other details on your income and expenditure, we will do it at the executive session. Thank you. Thank you. You can go now. Yes, leader of the house.
The MDA is Ekiti Sport Commission.
Ekiti Sports Commission. Sports.
No.
Yes. Thank you very much. Just go and sit down.
Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues, we have before us this afternoon the ever youthful, athletic, technical advisor to Mr. Governor.
Advisor? Are you technical advisor? Oh, really? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Technical advisor to Mr. Governor, overseeing the affairs of the Ekiti State sports.
No, are you technical advisor or advisor? Because I know there is a difference between technical advisor and technical advisor. Yes, technical advisor. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I hand over to you.
Yes, Madam Technical Advisor, can we meet you?
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Dr. Olushola Osetoba, the Technical Advisor to Mr. Governor on Sport Development.
Yes, can you introduce member of your team?
I have the SA to Mr. Governor, that's Special Assistant to Mr. Governor, Honorable Tunde Adesanya, and also SA Tunde.
Honorable Tunde was a member of this house before?
No.
Or at national, where?
No, another one, sir.
Honorable Tunde Adesanya was a member of this house before. No, I want to know. I want to be sure you know.
I don't think he's the one. Okay, Mr. Tunde Adesanya. I'm sorry, Right Speaker, sir.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Speaker. Then the next is Mr. Kola Osheni. Next is the DAS of the Commission. And the next is Mr. Agbeleye. Next is the Director Team, Mr. Ayon. The DFA, the Director Individual, the Secretary of Ekiti United, the Internal Auditor, who is there? And the Director Statistics and Planning and Statistics. Yes, sir.
And I know you know why you are here, and you are going to make it very brief.
Yes, sir.
Please, why you are here is just to tell Ekiti people what you have done. And when I say you, I mean Sports Commission.
Yes, sir.
In the last 1 year. Please go ahead. Thank you.
The Right Honorable Speaker, the distinguished Honorable of the House, and everyone here, I really want to appreciate the House for the easy passage of Ekiti State Sport Commission. It's one of the greatest achievements the House got this 7th Assembly, because we were thinking it's going to be difficult to do that, but because you have done this for us, we really appreciate it and we are grateful, sir. And that is the first achievement I want to talk about, because the establishment of Ekiti State Sport Commission, I cannot say it's my achievement, but this is given to the 7th Assembly, Ekiti State, because they did it, they made it to come to reality, and His Excellency Biodun Abayomi Oyebanji for signing it into law. On our own part, the first achievement we can say from the sport is we were able to discuss with His Excellency concerning the construction of indoor sport hall, which I think they are going to do the groundbreaking on Tuesday next week. Though work has started going on there, And I know when it is time, His Excellency will brief the House on that. The second one is the solution and the constitution of Ekiti State football clubs. Upon my assumption in office, when I was outside, we have been hearing what has been happening to our state teams, both male and female. And we have been hearing that it's being run by an individual and a lot of misappropriation and many other things. That's what we have been hearing. So upon my assumption, the first thing we did is to write to His Excellency complaining about all these things. And also, I called the stakeholders, football stakeholders in Ekiti. I had meeting with them, and I told them reasons why we need to start again with these football teams in Ekiti. And we brainstormed, and we now concluded that they should be dissolved, and we have to build another set of technical crew and the football team, which we did. And also, I met with referee council Ekiti, because without the referee, the football teams might not flow well. And they advised that I should invite the Abuja people, the referee council in Abuja, to Ekiti, which we did. About 3 of them came to Ekiti, and I was able to deliver His Excellency's message to them, how they can help Ekiti to be an assessor, how they can help Ekiti people to be recognized nationally and internationally, which we did that. And also, the House, I know you are aware that the Ekiti United were relegated after all the money spent by the Ekiti State government. So what we did, we dissolved all of them, the 2 teams and their technical crew. And the committee was inaugurated to look into it, about 7-man committee, and a thorough interview was done for them, and we chose the best of them. And I took them, the head coaches, to His Excellency, which he detailed the Commissioner of Finance to look into them, and said they were so good and fit for the job. And we got the approval from His Excellency. Also, the technical crew also, we did a lot of interview for them. And they were unveiled at Oluyemi Kayode Stadium. And concerning the Ekiti Queen also, they remain where they are. The first female league in Ekiti, #1 female league in Ekiti. I want to tell you that congratulations to the House, because they are your daughters. They remain in the league. That is the #1 league in Nigeria as it stands now. And I know by the time we come here next, they will be in another level that will be proud of us. And thank you, sir. And another one is we are able to consult His Excellency to give us accommodation for our girls. We have been living somewhere else, and where they are living is so far from the stadium. Sometimes because the place is far, it costs more money and wastes more time. So what we did is we were able to talk to His Excellency, and he was able to approve an accommodation for our guests. So the accommodation we are having now is our permanent abode, is our permanent place for the guests, which we are still going to talk to him about the mail. And concerning Ekiti United, I said they were relegated, and by now I know you will be waiting for, maybe are we buying new slots for them, or are they remaining at that where they are? We are intentionally, with the help of my people seated there, I didn't want to talk to His Excellency about buying new slots, because every season we buy slots for them. And this has affected them mentally. They don't put their effort anymore, because they believe the state government will continue to buy slots. So I didn't struggle for the slot anymore. I want them to work independently so that they can achieve what the state governor have for them. They should be able to qualify on their own without pumping millions. And when I want to talk about this, there are millions of naira involved, and they always relegate. So we don't want it this time around. We were able to select new players that will play the NLO. If they are able to qualify in NLO, they will promote themselves to that NNL that we will spend millions of naira to buy for them. That is concerning that. Another one, participation at competition. When we came in, we have participated in 15 sports in Ekiti. 15 people, about 15 sports have gone for competition. When we are talking about competition, I don't want us to always believe that it's medal-oriented, that it's only for medals. The participation in competition is to develop mental, physical, and emotional well-being of an athlete. So we participated. We travel far and near, many to outside country, many in Nigeria, north, south. And the current one went to Oshogbo for our elimination. For the first time in history, we went with 7 sports. We were able to qualify for 5 out of 7. And it has never happened in the history of Ekiti before. And also, we went to Asaba. I know many are saying that we didn't come with gold. But in my own perspective, we started newly with them. When we talk about development, it's gradual. It's very gradual. We pick these children, these athletes from the grassroots, from the local government. They are not the regular players or the regular athletes that they normally carry out. These children are going out for the first time. And also, even in Asaba, when they were announcing, they even commended the Ekiti that we are the only people that use grassroots children. Many people came with machineries. If you see people that are running with our children, you know that these are not under 15. So I know by next time they will go, they will do better. And we were able to come back with 6 silvers and 3
Tell
bronze.
us 3 more things you have done so that we can just leave you. 3 more things.
Okay. We were also promoted. Then we were promoted. Our daughter is under 17 national, in the national under 17. Our children won the World Junior Tennis in Tunisia. And all these things, I always carry my house committee on sports along. They know. Then we were able to constitute a sporting association, which happens that the Right Honorable Speaker and some distinguished member of the House are member of this association. They are patrons and patronesses of this sporting association. And the essence is to support the vision of His Excellency, that one of the pillars is empowerment and job, youth empowerment and job creation. So these our patron and patronesses will be able to help us financially and morally. And thank you, Honorable the Right Speaker, for accepting to be one of our patrons. Please I don't know what they do. Thank you very much, sir. And many of us. Then the approval of monthly stipend. When we came on board, we wrote to His Excellency that we want His Excellency to be giving our athlete stipend every month. At least 2 months has been paid now, so that we'll be able to commit them. They be committed. It's not that, see, what the essence of having the stipend, sir, is we will have the power over those kids. You know, initially, when they train these players.
I said, tell me what you have done. You are now going to your challenges. Tell
no,
me
it's not challenges, sir.
Have you paid them?
Yes.
Just don't.
Okay. And also, okay, sir. And also, we went to MTN Athletics Championship. We were able to go 2 gold, 1 silver, 2 silvers, and 1 bronze again. And that's it, sir.
You know what I have seen in this woman? Originality. Is originality. Originality. I'm telling you, you will passion. You can see that. You see, we need this kind of people in our offices who is passionate about what, you know. You can see that sport is alive. And that's what I have seen. You know, by the time I started hearing her, I can understand the whole issue. That this woman, she is passionate about this assignment given to her, and if given more resources, she can do more. And that is what I have seen in everything. That notwithstanding, I remember I want to ask you a question. Yes, Honorable, you might want to praise. Honorable Babasude, okay? I will call you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My dear colleagues.
Honorable Keme, I'm not sure I will call you. I am not very sure.
Very soon, Ekiti Queen is going to sign her. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, dear colleagues. I'm Honorable Batude Oke, representing the Ikere Constituency 1. Madam Technical Advisor, I love your passion. Thank you very much. You said something about your initiative that you want our male team to participate at the National League One for them to promote to the Nigerian National League. But you are now talking about funding that they normally pay for them to have automatic slots. But this National League One too, we still need to fund them so that they are not going to relegate from that one also. Because it is very important for you to know that that particular league is very tough. So if we didn't prepare very well for it, it may lead to further relegation. So I will implore you to do everything possible so that, and I don't want you to limit the funding to the government. I don't know how you want to do it so that you can also take this outside the purview of the government. Talk to, of course, because the law.
Are you aware she has appointed patrons? But the only thing that is those that is still supposed to appoint, she's here to. Okay. And wonder where you. I hope Honorable Tejokuiga is one of the matrons. Please ensure you have Honorable Yomi Ayoni there. Right Honorable Akim Jamiu, Ayo Adegbite, Johnson Oyekola Bode Adeoye, even today the Uweja, you know, and the rest of them. Ensure you appoint all of them as your patrons and yes, please go ahead.
All right. So please, the law permits you to, of course, generate revenue. If you study that Sport Commission law very well, so look at how you can also generate income so that you won't place the entire burden on the government. Because I can tell you, sport, you need money, you need finance. But how you spend the money is very, very important. And that is where your work comes in. You need to supervise how the spending is being done. Then you said something about scouting for new players, that you have mandated the new coach to scout for new players. Are you limiting the scouting to within Ekiti? Or are you trying to get Ekiti players or even better players out there to join us? Because
if I may ask, which player is she scouting for?
Of course, she's scouting for players to join the male team.
When you have the 7th Assembly member, fit and proper players. Please go ahead.
In fact, let me tell you that Right Honorable Speaker is a super goalkeeper. So you can also talk to him. The scouting, of course, try as much as possible to get experienced players to mix with the local players so that we make headway. I think that is what I have to say for now. Okay, sorry. You talk about construction of indoor sports hall. What is the level of the construction? In your document, you did not say anything. You just say work is ongoing. Ekiti people want to know the level of the work that is ongoing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you need to answer that. The level. If you have the questions. Yes, Honorable. Okay, you're okay. Honorable Keme. And after that, Honorable Debuma, that will be hard for her.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Our dear sister, Dr. Osetoba, I want to appreciate you for a job well done. I know it's not too long that you took over the mantle of leadership in that commission. And we have to appreciate you. And Oyinbo man says that the reward for hard work is more work. I just want to, one thing I want to point out is that it is understandable that when you finish tournaments, the norm is that you let go of those, your athletes until the next outing. What are your efforts in keeping up the tempo to make sure that they don't lose steam and you don't start all over again when another tournament comes up? That's number one. Then I want to also, I want you, and a joiner to that one is that, so that by the time you go for your next tournament, like I said, we understand that you are new, but we don't, the state people will appreciate gold, that you go for gold next time. And in my own estimation, I think that is one of the areas that you can really go for gold. Then lastly, I want to direct your attention to the hockey team of Ilejemeje Community High School. They are very good, and they've represented the state in a lot of tournaments, and they've won medals. So if you have not taken particular notice of them, please, I want you to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And it's important, please, it's important that Operation Catch Them Young, talent hunts from the grassroots. I think it's very important. Who knows? If they have actually scouted for me when I was in primary school, I will be the goalkeeper for Nigeria now. Honorable Deputy, please. Oh yeah, please, your turn.
The capacity, right, Honorable Speaker, the goalkeeper of 7th Assembly. Distinguished Honorable colleagues, I still remain my humble self, Honorable Comrade Idowu Odebumi, representing the good people of Oye Constituency 2. Mr. Speaker, I would like to, before asking my question, I just want to set, with your permission, to set record straight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We need to know the record that is burned, then we can now set it straight.
Okay, sir. The record that is burned is upon, for the period, for the short period of my time as the chairman of House Committee on Sports.
Okay.
It has not been thoroughly smooth, our own view, with my committee members, as we've always been having issue with sports in Ekiti State.
With her?
Sir?
You've been having issues with the...
Yes, issue in terms of the way they are running that place.
Okay.
So many times we've used to invite them, questioning them, asking them to do this, to do that. But we discovered that many times they will just be doing things because they are just civil servants. But kudos to our amiable governor for having a rampant in a round hole. Today we are having Dr. Mrs. heading that place with her team. They've been, ever since, with the short period, there is nothing happening in that place that she will not carry this house along. She always called the chairman, please, we want to do this. The chairman, we want to dissolve the technical queue because of those reasons. And we've briefed Mr. Governor, the chairman, we are doing the track suit for people that are going for National Youth Game in Asaba. We'll come back to the house to present the copy.
Now, I understand what you are saying, that before now, the relationship between that commission and your committee has never been smooth.
Yes.
And that you don't even know what was going on. But upon our appointment, everything changed.
Yes.
And now you understand what is happening there, and you can... But you didn't give those ones any query, so you cannot complain again.
Many times, sir. Part of it was our report during the GM.
All right, no problem. I understand you. Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, I just want to ask the technical advisor one question. What are you doing about the other stadia in Ekiti State? What are you doing about it to make it befitting and usable for people? Because it's not everybody that can be coming to Ado Oluyemi Kayode Stadium. Also, this will reduce pressure on Oluyemi Kayode Stadium. So I will want you to brief the House. What are you trying to put in place to make sure that the stadium is being utilized? Thank you.
Questions, 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
At all. The groundbreaking is going to be on Tuesday next week. But now they have started working there. They've cut all the grasses. The caterpillar has gone there. They have graded the place, just very close to Ekitikete Pavilion. So anybody that's passing there will always see that work has started there.
Okay.
Then the second one, how to retain player that the Honorable asked. That is the essence of the stipend that the Excellency is paying them now.
All right.
We won't stop paying the stipend. Either we are in season or
out of season.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Then concerning the 3 stadia in other places, the consultant was around about last month, and we took him around.
Which consultant?
Moyo.
No, I'm not asking for the. When you say the consultant, I don't understand. As if we have been discussing about one consultant before.
The building consultant. Is building consultant.
You mean there is a consultant that you have engaged for this stadium?
Yes.
As if you have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So work is ongoing to ensure that we have other stadium in place.
Yes.
So as to reduce prayer on Oluyemika Ode Stadium.
Yes, sir.
Yes, well done. Thank you very much. Well, this is how far we can take you. The rest. But please note that issues around your. We are not talking again. Don't bother yourself, Chairman. The issues around your expenses, even the stipend, every of your outings, all the money released so far. This house will also want to look at the details, and that will be done at the executive session. All the money released so far, how you have expended the money, and every money you have received as either donation, support, you will account for everything. We will consider that at the executive session. But let me say, you have really done well, particularly with your passion for this assignment. And no wonder they say, seest thou a man that is diligent in his work, shall stand before kings, not before mean men. I can see that you are going to places. With the way you are doing it, I know there will be more successes that we are going to record in Ekiti State. Well done. Thank you very much. Go and take a bow. Ensure you lay your account of stewardship. Thank you very much. Sports. All right. Thank you. Face the members and also take a bow. Right Honorable Hakim Jamiu, any question? Thank you very much. Okay. I was only looking at Right Honorable Hakim Jamiu, see maybe there is the other question that I didn't ask. Thank you. Leader of the House, who is next?
We have a Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development.
Ministry of Physical Planning
and Urban Development.
Okay.
No.
Bring in the Commissioner for Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development. Dear colleagues, do you remember when we screened this one as a commissioner? Physical planning and urban development. Yes,
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
My dear colleagues, we have in front of us the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, here to represent the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development.
Leader of the House, don't waste your time. You know that will not happen. There is no message, nothing from the Commissioner, and the Permanent Secretary cannot stand in for the Commissioner. Well, member can rule me, but that will not happen. Honorable Okuyiga, your opinion.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Adeteju Okuyiga, I represent Bonya Ayekire. The Commissioner has to communicate with the House, sir. That's my opinion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Akim Jami.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I'm Right Honorable Akim Jami. I represent Republic Constituency 2. We don't need to waste our time on this because there have been precedents in this House. The letter written to the Commissioner is very clear that we want the head of political heads, and this is a constitutional matter, political head of ministries, departments, and agencies to appear to give the account of stewardship. And if you are going to, if for any reason, the PS will come, then it's going to be to the knowledge of the House. And in this instance, I don't think there is anything like that. So my opinion is that the way we have handled the previous cases like this, let it run that way. Thank you very much.
I will take the Chairman's Committee on Lands, Honorable Oluwayomi Ayonide.
Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I am Honorable Yomi Ayorinde and I represent Idosi Constituency 2. I am surprised that the Commissioner is not here because my committee enjoy very smooth working relationship with Right Honorable Oladapo Karonwi, and he has a lot of respect for this institution. I don't know what must have happened. I know it's not his style, and it can never be his intention to malign this great institution that he once served and that he respects so much. I will not want our rule to be bent in favor of anyone. The sanctity of the House must be preserved. Well, I know something went wrong somewhere. He is not the type. Thank you so much.
Clerk of the House, was there any message from the Commissioner to this House before now?
No, the Right Honorable Speaker.
Leader of the House, any message from the Commissioner?
No.
Well, Clerk of the House writes to the Commissioner to explain why he was not here. Thank you. Please, you can go. No, just go and bow and go. Yes, Leader of the House, Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health and Human Services.
Ministry of Health and Human Services.
Time. Hey, who is this man? Say at a time. Next time if that happen, I will discipline you.
Honorable Speaker and my dear colleagues, it's been a long day. We have before us this afternoon the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Health and Human Services. Mr. Speaker, may you direct him to introduce himself to us.
Yes, dear colleagues, I'm aware through the message that the Honorable Commissioner standing is willing that we allow his media aid to come in. And, in line with Order 122.1, Order 16, Rule 122.1 of this House, nobody shall be admitted to the lobby or the floor of the House while in session, except only by the consent of the House. So I will put the question: if you wish that the media aid of the Honorable Commissioner be allowed into this House chamber, say aye. If I get say nay, the ayes have it. So at that time, you can bring the media aid in. Thank you very much. Now, Honorable Commissioner, can we meet you, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and members of the very honorable members of the House of Assembly. My name is Oyebanji Filani, Honorable Commissioner for Health and Human Services, Ekiti State.
You may also wish to introduce members of your team.
Thank you. I have a good number of the members of my team here, led by the Permanent Secretary, State Ministry of Health and Human Services. I have Mrs. Shola Olugbenga Igoton. I have the DAS with me. I have the Director of Procurement. I have the Director of Nursing. I have the Director of Pharmaceutical Services. And I have a number of other staff who are also present here with me.
Honorable Commissioner. Honorable Commissioner, you recall sometimes ago, I know that was not last year, the governor of Ekiti State nominated you for appointment, and that nomination was actually sent to this House. Upon consideration, you were invited to this House, screened by this House. And after the screening exercise, the House actually found you worthy and eventually confirmed your nomination, which was communicated to the governor of the state, that this House actually found you worthy, and that in our own estimation, we believe that you are capable to also hold the office of a commissioner, more so that you have been there before, and we felt you can still perform better. And Mr. Governor, based on that confirmation of this House, reappointed and sworn you in and posted you to Ministry of Health for the second time. It's on that note that the House is also now saying, Mr. Commissioner, I haven't confirmed your nomination, and based on that, you are appointed. We would like to know what you have done. At least we want to see justification for this confirmation that this House had already done. So, what we will need from you now, Mr. Commissioner, is to tell this House the justification for your confirmation by this House. Because Ekiti people will want to know that the person we confirm through the mandate given to this House, what has he done? And that is exactly what we want to here now. And your time starts now, Honorable Commissioner.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the House. First, let me start by appreciating the opportunity you've given to us to allow the media aid to come in. One of the things that we've done fairly well as a ministry is to also be able to sensitize people about the work that we do, and this is a part of it, so we do appreciate that. Secondly, let me appreciate you and members of the House. I can see there's a lot of work going on within the complex, and it's a demonstration of your commitment to ensuring that all honorable members here have very good offices, have places where they can sit down, meet with members of the community, and to be able to engage properly. So we do appreciate the work you've done in that regard.
Leader of the House.
Over the last 2 years, as a ministry under the administration of His Excellency, Mr. Biodun Abayomi Oyebanji, we're proud to say that we've done quite a bit with respect to health service delivery. I have what I consider a fairly detailed document here, but I wouldn't read it out. I'll just speak to the core of it so that at least I can apprise everyone here of what we've done. But I would also encourage, I do believe that we've shared it, that as many people as possible are able to take a look at it. And should there be questions, we're more than happy to take those questions. I'll start off by speaking to infrastructure work that we've done in this state, because I think it's always important to start from the basis. In the last 2 years, in the last 2 years of the previous administration, of the 21 general hospitals we had, we renovated about 11 of them. In this 2 years of this administration, a contract has been awarded for the renovation of the rest of them. As I speak to you today, Iye, Ijon, Ijeshaishu, Ilukweju are 90 to 95% complete. I was there just last week. If not that, we're doing the town hall. We'll be there this week. And so I can see that some of the representatives are super happy about the work that is going on. But our job is not limited to the infrastructure. Our job also ensures that we put the right equipment in place. And so for each of these institutions or each of these our facilities, we're ensuring that we put the equipment in these places. I always say that beyond the infrastructure, we can have the finest equipment, we can have the most beautiful houses or places people go to. But if the human resource is not there, that is the health workers are not there, then it creates a problem. And as a ministry, of course, taking leadership from His Excellency, Mr. Biodun Abayomi Oyebanji, we've put together a suite of interventions to address what we consider challenges within the health system, particularly around human resource. First, we recognize that as a state, we're in a very unique position as compared to a number of the other states. One, we have a private teaching hospital, arguably one of the best in the country teaching hospital. We have 3 tertiary hospitals now. We have, well, Abuad being one, we have a state university teaching hospital, and we have a federal medical center. And so what used to happen in the past is people would move from the local government or our primary health centers. If there's an opportunity to go to our general hospitals, they'll move, even if it's just for 5,000 naira. From there, they move to Exut. From Exut, they move to FMC. From FMC, they move to Abuad. Right. So there was internal migration of health workers who consistently left their places of work for minimum increase in their salary before even leaving to other states. And so we had a very clear discussion with His Excellency. He was magnanimous enough to approve that all health workers in Ekiti State today, clinical health workers, I can tell you categorically, everyone earns the same hazard allowance as their colleagues in the federal government. So that has helped to reduce the migration out of the state. Only 3 months ago, we drew through the general hospitals under the HMB. Okay, only 3 months ago under the general hospitals through the Hospital Management Board, we put out a consequential vacancy announcement to fill up some of the existing spaces for medical doctors. In the past, when we've done this, typically we'll have 3 or 5 slots. Maybe 2 people will apply or 4 people will apply. 2 will come for interview, 1 will resume. After 6 months, he or she would leave. And the last consequential vacancy that we put out, over 20 people applied, right, for a slot of 5. An indication again of some of the interest that we're beginning to see in our capacity to be able to pay what we call commensurate remuneration across board. So we're beginning to see that as part of the work that we're doing. But beyond that as well, we're very strategic as to how we mobilize and utilize NYSC corpers. We met with the National Assembly. Incidentally, one of us here in Ekiti is a chair of the committee that oversees the National Assembly, the NYSC. So we have very clear engagement with him to ensure that we have more medical doctors and medical personnel coming to the state. And all of those, immediately they come, we send all the nurses and midwives to the State Primary Healthcare Development Agency to ensure that they're able to send them to our PHCs, but also we send the doctors to the general hospitals so that they can address some of the issues. Next year, I'm quite confident that because we have a pot of resources that we are working closely with a number of our colleagues on, I'm quite confident that across our facilities, particularly our general hospitals, we should have nothing less than 3 doctors in each of these places. And this is something that we've been having this conversation on. So there's a lot that is going on in that direction. If you then take infrastructure, you move away from infrastructure, which we're working on, and we've sorted in a number of places. We've addressed the issues around human resources. It's also important that we're able to address the issues around drugs. Hence, the idea behind the Drug Management Agency, which the last assembly had approved the bill for, and which we now have a solid, robust drug management agency that deals directly with manufacturers. So it guarantees the quality of the drugs that we have in Ekiti and ensure that the prices remain consistent for a fairly detailed period. So across all our primary health centers, across our secondary health facilities, there's no one who goes there today that should not have drugs. Having done that, we do recognize that even when you have the infrastructure, you have the health personnel, and you have the commodities, sometimes people will not go. And that's why we set up Ulerawa, the State Health Insurance Program. We started in 25 facilities in 2021. We graduated to 50 facilities. And as of today, I can tell you categorically that we're in 177 primary health centers, and we cover every single person in Ekiti. Again, I think it's important that I repeat that. There is no one in Ekiti today that requires access to the services covered under Ulerawa that does not get it in any of our 177 PHCs. In the last 1 year alone, over 4,000 women have given birth. 50 of them were twins, and we've treated over 100,000 people for malaria. Some of these things, I believe, will come out in His Excellency's speech, so I wouldn't overdwell.
I wanted to ask that, how does that work?
That's a good question. So anyone who goes to any of the facilities, you get the access for free. It's called Ulerawa. What we've done, which is separate from what a number of states have done, is typically states will tell people to enroll and then go and give them cards. But we also know that there's a cost to that enrollment, right? And for us is, if we know that everybody is going to benefit, then you enroll at the point of use, right? So we don't need to put money aside to say, go and enroll. When you get there, you utilize the service and you're able to get it. And so we've been propagating this. There are a number of our colleagues who have also reached out to the general manager, State Health Insurance, always on radio to continue to have these conversations across the state. And we meet regularly with community stakeholders, traditional rulers, and religious leaders as well. So that's also something that we've been doing. Beyond all of this, there are quite a number of other things we've done, and I'll speak a bit on public health security. This year alone, across different states, I'm sure you'd have heard of Mpox, monkeypox, you'd have heard of cholera. In some instances, you've heard of Lassa and some of the other issues. But you see, when a system is good, you won't hear about it. And I do believe that no one here has heard that we've had an outbreak of either Mpox or cholera or any of the other outbreaks that we've seen, even in Lagos or some of the other states. It's not because it's not happening. It's because we have a sound system that picks up the early warning signal, that is prepared and is ready to address whatever issues there are. So the system works, it's optimized, and it moves in the right direction. In instances where people are unable to treat themselves or do not have the resources to provide for what we call the specific ailments. A number of people come down with hypertension or kidney diseases or cardiac diseases or may have had injuries. As a state, the government sets aside some money to be able to support these people. I'm proud to say here that across the entire state, and this year alone, over 100 million naira was released to more than 105 people who have benefited from the government's support to help them pay some of their fees as well, from their medical fees. We've also ensured that all our 177 primary healthcare facilities now have tablets so they can report their data online as quickly as possible. If I check my phone now, I can tell you for free the number of people who have accessed service today in any of our 177 primary healthcare facilities. All pensioners in Ekiti State have been enrolled under the State Health Insurance Program, 19,000 of them. I'm sure for those who may know them, please feel free to ask. We're certain about what we say, and we've also ensured that we're able to do this as appropriate. In the sector, we're very clear about the importance of governance and ensuring that we all work together. This is one sector that has multiple arms. So we have a primary healthcare, we have a secondary healthcare, we have the tertiary hospitals. I've talked about the public health, security, and a host of other places. And so to avoid fragmentation, to ensure that we're all on the same page, we had our strategic retreat in August, but also we meet every 2 weeks as a group. Every 2 weeks. Even when I'm around, we'll jump on the call. I jump on the call with them to look at the data. And I'm proud to say that on a consistent basis, we are seeing increase and improvements in population health outcomes in Ekiti State. Better coverage of high-impact interventions, which we believe should translate, obviously, to better outcomes. But we still have some challenges. Some of the challenges we have, of course, is that there are a number of people all across the state who have what I consider mushroom facilities, not up to par, who then provide subpar services. I'd informed my team to stay careful so that, because we have a task force who goes around to check this. But we're mindful that if you go as an individual, right, people then personalize it and say, oh, it's because this person doesn't like me, right? We've done a bit of that. And so we will bring to this very prestigious house a bill, right, to ensure that we can enact an act that speaks to quality of care in Ekiti State. That would ensure that those who run foul of the processes, of the structures, of the framework in place are adequately penalized in line with the law as against, what the Ministry of Health is saying. But more importantly, it guarantees that people can get good quality of care across the state, not just in the public sector, but also in the private sector. Finally, we've had quite a number of partners who have been supporting us across different areas. Some of these include research. Others just include maybe things around HIV, AIDS, or malaria, or tuberculosis. I'm proud to say that as at today, of the number of persons estimated to have HIV, AIDS in Ekiti State, 93% of them we know. Of those 93%, 95% of them we have tested. And of those 95% that we tested, 97% of them have what they call viral suppression. That is, if you check them today, you cannot know that they have HIV. And why is that? Because we give them the drugs for free. So over the last 2 years, His Excellency, Mr. Bao, Biodun Abayomi Banji, in our opinion, has done a decent work in the health system. But as always, there is an opportunity for more. And so we'll continue to push in the right direction to ensure that we'll continue to deliver in line with his mantra for shared prosperity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Commissioner for Health, and thank you for that presentation. And yes, maybe before I make my comment, let me allow members to make their comment. Right Honorable Akim Jamiu. Yes, I'm coming.
Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I'm Right Honorable Akim Jamiu. I represent Republic of Constituency 2. Right Honorable Speaker, this commissioner before us, I can say is a fit and proper person to hold that position. I say this because I'm so happy that I was the one who screened him and cleared him. I presided over his screening. On the same day, I did that of Akinwebode. And since that time, we have listened to what he has done, and you can see that we just feel like he should just keep on speaking. And I also want to add that this commissioner is a respecter of this house. He carries the house along in everything he does. Yes, I can say that. And the chairman committee on health is here to bear me witness. There is nothing.
I wanted to ask, are you a member of
Yes.
commission on health? Now that I know.
Yes, yes, I'm a member. And this commissioner, as brilliant as he is, I don't want to bore you with his CV. He has, I mean, we have all seen it. He's a world-class person.
Right Honorable Akim Jamiu, don't forget that this is not a screening exercise.
No, it's not. I know, sir.
Only remember that this is a account of stewardship.
Yes, yes.
And this is just the first phase. This is the first phase of his this exercise.
I'm still coming to the questions and comments, sir. But I just want you to know that he's a very humble person and a fit and proper person. So, Mr. Commissioner, you are welcome to the House. And yes, I want you to please, because the government is doing a lot on free healthcare, but our people, I know you have been trying to, you have been doing enlightenment, but our people, it seems that as if they don't still know yet, because even as members of the House, you know, your team came here and told us that we can actually register our people for free for this insurance healthcare, and lo and behold, I did that in my ward in Igbemo. I started with 10 of them. They have started assessing it, and they kept calling me and they were praying. So please, I want you to enlighten us more and speak more on this and do more enlightenment to our people, especially with Ilerawa, please, so that everybody, they can know, they can be sure that if they get to that place, they will be treated free. Please, and I know your ministry is doing all sorts of other programs, but please, let there be more enlightenment so that our people can know, and so that people can know what this government is doing. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable. Let me start with the person I've never called today. Honorable Abimbola Christiana Sholanke, and I will come to Honorable Tejo Kiga later.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir, distinguished colleagues, if you allow me, sir, maybe you should take other members of this great house, and then you can leave the rest to me later after they might have spoken.
I don't get you.
Honorable Tejo Kuiga and some other people were saying that they should speak before I do. So
I have recognized you already.
Okay,
Please.
sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Just to buttress what Right Honorable Akim Jamiu has said about the Commissioner for Health and the entire ministry as a whole, I want to commend their work.
I'm sorry, if this is what you want to do, I won't allow you. I have told you, speak to the document.
Yes, sir.
Stop your commendation. We will do that when we are writing our reports.
Okay, sir.
Let's look into the books now.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to inform this House that to an extent, all the major works carried out by Ministry of Health, they carried us along about what they are doing now.
Why am I calling member of this committee, sir? Yes.
Sir.
But I need to also confirm, is the Committee on Health carrying the whole house? Because the way it's carrying you, the way the commissioner is carrying the committee, I wonder if the committee is now carrying the whole house. I think we will also look into the books. We will look into the books of the Committee on Health. Please go ahead.
That is true, sir. We usually come back to the parliamentary to actually carry members along about what the Ministry of Health is doing. I just want to buttress the point that Right Honorable Akim Jamiu has said about more publicity around Ulerawa and the Basic Health Provision Fund. I was in Norton yesterday for a program, and I still mention it. Every available opportunity that I have, I let our people know about the advantage of actually registering with the various health centers that this program are being heard. Please, sir, you still need to do more around that. Publicity, publicity, publicity. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rest my case.
The Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Adeteju Okuiga. I represent Bonya-Ayekiri constituency. My own contribution this afternoon is a question and it's part of what you have been doing. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for all that you do and the ones that you continue to do. But one thing that I want to ask is that some time ago, through the Committee on Health, came to the Assembly that we should submit some of our primary health care that needs upgrading. We submitted 2 names each, and since then, we've not heard anything about it. Personally, my own healthcare facility, primary healthcare facility, is nothing to talk to write home about. I always, at the Sixth Assembly, when I was the chairman of your ministry, I talked to you about it, and till now, even after we submitted names of primary health care that needs upgrading, nothing has been done. So I want you, sir, to tell us exactly the status and what you are doing about it. Thank you.
Okuyiga. Yes, Honorable Yabo Fakunle Okieme. And I will come to you, Honorable Tude, okay?
Right Honorable Speaker, the capacity speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I want to appreciate the Commissioner, the Honorable Commissioner. You mentioned my town General Hospital, and I can confirm, sir, they are doing a very wonderful job there. Thank you so much that you have elevated my status in my community. But the question I want to ask around that is that, please, sir, vis-a-vis this Jackpot syndrome, what are your efforts? While thanking you and thanking our Excellency, the Governor, for this beautiful edifice, we fear lest it become just an edifice in the name of being an edifice and it will be empty. You mentioned something around that, and I would like you to expatiate further on your efforts at equipping the place with personnel and with equipment. Then, Mrs. Honorable Shalanka said, I was in my constituency yesterday for a program, and part of what we had was to engage our constituency and to give our report, our account of stewardship. And while I invited 3 cabinets out of 7, and the cabinets of my town, commended you concerning and said I should thank you concerning the General Hospital, but he now said that they need a mortuary. In the whole of that local government, the nearest one I think should be in Otun, and it's far. So please help us look into that. Thank you very much. That will be all for now.
A mug?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Commissioner, when you walked in and before you even start your account of stewardship, the first thing you did was to commend the renovation work going on here. And you know that it will be very good if this, after the renovation, and we have a very standard clinic, it will be very good. So I have not said anything, but I know you are going to respond. Yes, Leader of the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and my dear colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to adopt most of the submissions of my colleagues who have all spoken brilliantly and have asked very cogent and important questions. My remark actually is around the issue of nutrition. Honorable Commissioner, I double as the chairman as Committee on Nutrition and Food Security in Ekiti State House of Assembly. And you are aware.
Data. And I know them, the Dagogo Jack, they know how to shout.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I know you are aware that the malnutrition index is heavily on the rise in the country. Good, Ekiti State has good figures, not too bad. But as much as the indices as regards stunted growth is reducing in Ekiti, we're having more cases of obesity and other forms of malnutrition. So I'm eagerly interested, one, in what the efforts of the ministry in this regard. Then two, following President National Wave Initiative, maybe in some coming weeks, we will be coming with some developmental partners where we will definitely need to relate with you. We are also looking at the possibility of having nutrition as a budget head in ministries. Is this visible? Is this progressive for reducing malnutrition index in the state? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Honorable Commissioner, please, you may wish to respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. I have 5 points I would like to speak to, given what has been mentioned or questions that have been asked by very honorable members of the House of Assembly. The first is on the publicity for Ulerawa. I think point well taken. As always with good programs, you don't expect that they should sell themselves alone. We've done quite a bit of engagement and will continue to do that. Every Wednesday we're on radio as an example. The team goes out at least once in 2 weeks to different communities to engage. They've been here once, as mentioned by members of the House, and will continue to propagate. What I would like to, so we will continue to do that, but what I also like to encourage members of the House to help us with is to serve as ambassadors for Ulerawa by ensuring that, similar to what has been said on the floor of the House, that we also, when we go to the communities, we inform people and we encourage them to maximize and utilize these services. For purpose of description, under the Ulerawa program, we cover everything that has to do with family planning for free. We cover all the entire antenatal. We cover delivery. We cover postnatal care. We cover immunization. We cover all childhood illnesses, whether it's pneumonia, whether it's malaria, any of the childhood illnesses that a child may have. We cover every one of that, including some of the issues around nutrition as well. And then, of course, we cover malaria for everyone in all our primary health care, or well, the 177 primary health care facilities within the state. The point made around primary health care facilities submitted is very well noted. We had planned to have conversations with one of our partners who had committed to supporting us to renovating our PHCs. But there are a number of issues around that. First is that, as always with partner-supported programs, it takes a while to get things going. Secondly, those PHCs have been classified. The minimum entry for those PHCs are what we call one primary health care per ward. So if those PHCs, whatever PHC is sent to us, is not even one of the one primary health care per ward, they won't even take it. As at this time last year when we were talking, we thought we were going to be able to do all 177. As at today, we're still talking, and I'm not even sure that we're going to be able to do 45, right? Because the prices last year are very different from the prices this year, and they still keep giving one excuse or the other. But we remain committed to this process. We're constantly engaging with them, and our goal is to ensure that we do as many as we can, and we'll continue to support this process. The point around staff attrition is also very well taken. We do recognize that people leave their places of work for multiple reasons. It could be economic, it could be family, it could be whatever, and we can't stop that. What we can do, and which we're doing, is to ensure that we put in place the right mechanism in place to reduce that gap and reduce that attrition. As a state, I've talked about the NYC one. I've talked about the short-term solutions that we're taking using the consequential vacancies. But I do believe that we have a more robust plan for next year. I don't want to speak to it without, finalizing it, but we're close to the end of it. And I'm fairly optimistic that this time next year, if I'm here being called by the House, if the question is being raised, it will be a case of, oh, I only have 4, I should have 6, or whatever it is. So we would have moved significantly in terms of health workers in our facilities. The clinic in the House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, you can take my word for it, consider it done. The issue around nutrition, also very well noted. We do have a budget head for nutrition within the Ministry of Health. What we need to do is to ensure that we reprioritize what we focus on within that budget head. More often than not, there's been more of, meetings as against, the core activity that needs to be done. But having said that, we do something called the MNCH weeks, maternal and neonatal child-born weeks, every 2 weeks. This year alone, during our MNCH weeks, we distributed over 600,000 vitamin A commodities to children, and that's very important for their health, right? It's very important for their growth, for young kids under 5. So we'll continue to work in that direction. I'm happy that you also noted that we're not doing badly as a state, but our goal is not that, even if we don't move forward, that we don't go backwards, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you very much. I hope you remember that there is going to be another mobile ambulance around the clinic in the House of Assembly, so that we have that mobile ambulance here. Meanwhile, Honorable Commissioner, even though I've mentioned that this exercise is not to commend anyone, it's to look into your books to see what you have done. We have seen it. Ekiti people have also listened to you. Everywhere, not just here in Ekiti State, all over the world. They are watching you live and they are listening to what you are doing. We believe that you can also do more. And like you have even rightly said in your own account of stewardship, there is room for improvement, and that we want to see. Again, this exercise is in 4 phases. This is just phase 1 of the entire process. The second phase is where we also look into the books, particularly the figures, income and expenditure. To Madam PS, that time, we need details of all your expenses at the executive session when we are meeting, so that we can look at. And the third stage, please sit down. The third stage is most of the things that you have claimed. There are so many claims. This house will not act on what you have said or what you have written. And that is a visit to the project sites, let me put it that way, to also see, at least with our eyes, a visit to the local incubators, at least, we will see, and to also confirm your claim, ascertain all as contained, and particularly what you have said and as contained in the document. And, during the executive session, we will also look into, for example, if you are having projects in EA or wherever it is, we will look at the BOQ of those projects, and like I told my members will also go there with their armor, if need be, with their, of course they will count the blocks. Yes, right from the foundation. They will want to say that the project is also to the specification as contained in the bill of quantity, and we will look at that. We will look at every other thing that are necessary, which is the third phase. And the fourth phase is just for us, which is for us to write our report, a copy of which will be also sent to you and to the appropriate quarters, where we do our recommendation and resolution at the end of the day. But I must say, in all, you have never disappointed, and you didn't disappoint me once again. Thank you for doing a great job in the state. Now, on that note, I will ask you to step forward, take a bow. We will see you again at the executive session. Thank you very much. Please lay your, you can't go with it, just lay it. Thank you very much. Yes, Commissioner, it won't be out of place if you still move around and go and look at the location of the clinic. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, leader of the house, just before you call the next person, I later saw a message on my phone, and that message was from the Commissioner for Fiscal Planning and Urban Development. And in his message, that he was around, and he actually stepped out, hoping that he will still, that the period we are going to call him, maybe it's going to be around 4 p.m. So he stepped out. But the moment he heard that we have called, he actually rushed down to come back again. So, dear colleague, he's around according to the message. And since what is going on? 3, 5, 6. Unfortunately, this sitting cannot go on now until leader of the house. What are you doing? Why did you allow members to leave? Quorum is not formed. Please look for them. Sergeant Atam, please, we just stand up, but don't leave your seat so that I will not be looking for you to sit down, stand down, but nobody is leaving. Talk longer, step forward. Let me see you. Convene. And this time, second at time, no member is going out. Thank you very much. Member can call me, but no member is going out again. Thank you.
The next person is Ministry of Sustainable Development Goals.
SDG.
Speaker, my dear colleagues, we have before us the Permanent Secretary, the Executive Secretary of Sustainable Development Goals. Right, Speaker, I hand him over to you.
Yes, can we meet you?
The right Speaker, Honorable Speaker, distinguished speakers here present.
Distinguished honorable members.
Distinguished honorable members.
I think this is your first time of coming to the House of Assembly.
No, sir.
Go ahead.
My name is Isaac Shegun Olushola, the Executive Secretary of Sustainable Development Goal. I'm here to represent the SADG to Mr. Governor on Sustainable Development Goal, Prince Wole Ajakaye, who is presently attending meeting at Abuja with Office of the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President on SDG in relation to conditional grant scheme. With me, I have Mr. Busayo Olatunji, the Director of Finance and Administration, Mr. Kunle Adaraniwan, the Director of Admin and Supply, Mrs. Tolu Akinwole, the Director of Program, and Mr. Rufus Ogunleye, the Technical Officer. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Honorable Joba.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My own name is Johnson, Honorable Johnson Oyekolabode. I represent the good people of Ekiti West Constituency 2. In line with the standards that has been adopted for this exercise, it is the political head that's supposed to stand before the House to give the account of stewardship in that parastatal. So I'm not sure the excuse given is genuine enough to...
No, what was his own excuse? What was the excuse?
That the political head is in Abuja.
Yes, he called me. And he called me yesterday that he's attending there is a state, as he was on state assignment at Abuja, and there's no way he can come back. He actually called. We can reschedule it, but I am aware because he called and he even told us that he cannot and we will not disrespect this house. So he called, and I received his call yesterday. That's Mr. Wole Ajakaye. But I just said he should allow his PS to come. Are you PS? Oh, ES, sorry, to come around, and he's there. So left to the members to decide whether to come back or the ES to speak. Yes, Honorable Tokwenunge.
Right, Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Lunge Temitokwe Ademola, and I represent the good people of Oye Constituency 1. Mr. Speaker, I know Omoba Adewole Ajakaye. I know he's one man that will not disrespect this house under any condition or guise. Since you have moved that he has actually sent you a message proud to the appearance of his ears here, I also want to lend my voice that we should allow his peers, his executive secretary, I think, to represent him and present. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Any seconder to that? One, Right Honorable Hakeem Jamiu.
Right Honorable Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, even though you have not asked him to move anything, but he has moved already.
He moved a motion.
He has moved the motion already on his own.
Yeah, so that's why I asked for the second.
Yes, and you have sanctioned it that I should second. So I second that Omoba Adakaye is not a representative of this house. And since he has communicated with you, let's allow his CS to present on his behalf.
Any counter motion?
I so second.
There is a motion on ground. You can't do observation. Counter motion. Is there any counter motion? And if I don't recognize you, don't hold your mic. Off your mic. Any counter motion. If there is no counter motion, if you are in support, that we allow the executive secretary to present, having received a message from the political head of SDG because of the state assignment that is not around. If you are in support, that the executive secretary should continue to say aye. If you are against, say nay. I think I would prefer this part this time around. Okay, the nays have it. You will come. No observation, please. You will come back. Don't worry.
No,
you will.
It's not
we
about
will
the-
reschedule you for another day.
No.
Thank you. Tell Mr. Wale that we will be. The only thing is that we will not. We have a message from him. We will not query him. The House will just reschedule him for another day. Thank you very much. You can go. Observation now. Your observation.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think it is very important for us to educate people on this exercise. If the House communicates via a letter, a written document, then if you have any excuse not to come, it shouldn't be through phone call. Of course, the program has been scheduled. Then you write a letter to that effect that you won't be able to appear. So that's my own observation about it.
Thank you
and that's
very
why we are
much.
saying nay. Yes.
Yes, I have some other letters, and I'm going to treat them so that we don't even waste our time. Women Affairs has written one call, then there is a letter from the Women Affairs that the whole essence of it is that they will prefer to be rescheduled because of health challenge. And from the office of the governor, the PS governor's office also write to us that he will want this house to reschedule also. HMB has also written again that it's just a response to the letter query earlier written that I wish to humbly say that it was not intentional to undermine your authority in appearing before the Honorable House on delivering the stewardship of board. The author timetable was not officially communicated. I think that was the challenge. So those are the three letters right away now. So we take notice of that. Thank you very much. Yes, Leader of the House.
You're right, Honorable Speaker. The next ministry is Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development.
Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development. Yes. Fiscal planning. Or do you mean to say Ministry of... Oh, okay. Yeah, dear colleague, like I earlier mentioned to us, the commissioner, later saw his message on my phone that one, he was here, and secondly, the timetable sent was 4 p.m. on the timetable that was initially attached. So he came around and also tried to go, not knowing that the house his ministry will have been called before his return, and that he was on his way when he also received a call that he had been called, and that was why. And since he's here, the House, dear colleague, I will just seek for your opinion. Honorable Oluwayomi Ayorinde.
Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Honorable Yomi Ayorinde, and I represent Idosi Constituency 2. Earlier, when you gave me the opportunity to speak about the absence of Right Honorable Karunwi, I did affirm his respect for this House, and I acknowledge there must have been a mix-up somewhere. And as you can see, he's here. And I'm sure that mix-up has to do with the timing of his schedule. Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I will want to appeal to all of us that now that he's here, we should just endeavor to take him once and for all. Thank you, sir.
I'm Right Honorable Akim Jamiu. I represent the Reporting for the Constituency 2. Yes, let me align with what the last speaker said, Honorable Ayorinde. Since he's here, let's take him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last, so that to balance it, Honorable Tolu Lokwe, the Majority Leader.
Vice Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues. Yeah, thank you. I think the misunderstanding was due to documentation, like I've rightly said, and I think it's okay that we take.
I can't hear you.
I said I think it's okay we take Right Honorable.
What is the meaning? It's okay. Speak straight. I don't understand. It's okay.
I'm aligning with the submissions.
All right. Thank you very much. If you are support that this outtake, the Honorable Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, based on the information at our disposal, say aye. If I again say nay, then the ayes have it. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, my colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, my colleagues, we have before us the Honorable Commissioner, Physical Planning and Urban Development. Mr. Speaker, you may direct him to introduce himself to us.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we meet you, sir?
The Right Honorable Speaker, sir, the principal officers of the House, and distinguished honorable members. Good evening to you, sirs. Ama. I once again want to apologize that arising from communication gap, I wasn't in the House at the appointed time. And like Mr. Speaker has said and supported by the chairman overseeing my ministry, that was exactly what happened. And many of you do know that if there is one person that respects the House of Assembly mostly, I am. And I will never disrespect the institution of the Assembly. So I apologize.
Can we meet you? That was
Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am Right Honorable Karunwi Oladapo, the Honorable Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development. And if I have the permission of Mr. Speaker and the whole House to briefly introduce.
Kindly go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have my permanent secretary, Mr. Olajide Borode. I have with me the Director of Physical Planning and Development Matters, Mr. Bamisaye Olufemi. I have on my entourage the Director of Finance and Administration, Mr. Ajinowo Olasunde. In my company is the Director of Planning Permit, Mrs. Yemi Olaleye. In my team is the Director of Master and Urban and Regional Planning, Mr. Jawolusi Olusola. And I have accompanied me the Director of Building Control, Mrs. Akintayo Deborah. Also in my company is the Director of Planning, Research and Statistics, Mr. Boboye Clement. And finally, I have the accountant of the ministry, Mrs. Shegun Adebayo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Oladapo with the Commissioner. Now, Right Honorable, when you introduced yourself, something was missing, and I was expecting that the TPL, why is it missing? Yes, TPL, I think, and I have a few other questions that I'm going to ask you later. Now, let's start this way. You will recall, sir, that sometimes last year, the governor of Ekiti State nominated you for appointment, and that was sent to this house for confirmation. And you were in this house that time, screened, and also the house found you worthy and fit to be so appointed as a commissioner, more so having been a one-time member of this house, not just a one-time member of this house, but a deputy speaker in this house, a presiding officer. The house found you worthy, and your nomination was confirmed by this house, which was sent to the governor, and therefore Mr. Governor got to sworn in and later posted to the Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development. It is on that the house also felt, oh, let's also invite the Honorable Commissioner to also tell the Ekiti people what he has done in the last 1 year, and that is why you are here. Because of people who also don't know the rules of this house, our rules also says that when there are rights and privileges that a former members of this house enjoy, and that right and privileges has to do with issue of burden on appointment, on confirmation, and that. But on the exercise of stewardship, we will still allow the people to, of course, we won't do you any good if we don't allow them to know what you have done. As Mr. Governor will be coming on 16 to also give the overview of what everybody has done, but just this is to be specific for people to know what you have done. So, Right Honorable, we will now give you the floor for you now to address us on what you have done. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. I have been enjoying the rights and privileges accorded past honorable member of the House, and I will always be very grateful to the House for this. But specifically on issues of giving account of stewardship, extending such rights will be doing a disservice to the commissioner and to the governor that has assigned certain responsibility to such individual. I became Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development about a year ago. The first thing that captured the attention of my ministry was to renew the state capital. And we find out that there is a particular district in Ado that has been very, very notorious for criminality, for all manners of vices. One particular district that, if there is another language we can use outside of slum, that is very qualified for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't want to use that word. I was dodging it, but we have a ghetto.
But I only said something like ghetto. When you are talking about slum, I know the only thing that are very close to it is a ghetto. So I don't know where you are actually referring to.
Slum is a euphemistic way of saying an environment is not well planned and is not healthy for human living. But this particular district, indeed and in fact, is a ghetto. And it will embarrass anybody that you find a ghetto in the heart and the core and the central area of our capital city. Atikonkan area of Ado-Ekiti. It's really, we are all familiar with the place. It's really a ghetto.
Honorable Yomi is very familiar with it, and I know Honorable Tudedo is very, very familiar too.
Since the creation of Ekiti State in 1996, subsequent administration in the state knew for a fact that something has to be done to upgrade that particular area. And if anybody wants to embarrass any government, when I had the opportunity of capturing the imagery of that area through drone, if you post it on the social media and you captioned it, this is the central business district of Ado-Ekiti, the state capital of Ekiti State. People will always question what has happened to the previous government. And previous government, it is not without an attempt to reclaim that area and upgrade it. But for a number of factors, it has always been very difficult. So the first assignment my ministry embarked upon was to see how we can acquire that place. Acquire it, clear the ghetto, and for government or whichever true arrangement, either through government or through public-private partnership with the government, create a central business district that is aesthetically pleasing to eye and that will create beauty, efficiency, decency, and that will boost the image of Ekiti State. So my ministry successfully engaged the stakeholders of Ado-Ekiti. At the end of the day, the place was surrendered for acquisition. We did the acquisition. We have paid the compensation. Where we are as we speak today is for government to move in, clear the slums, and start new developments that is befitting of the central business district. That is where we are today. But successfully, the place has been acquired by the government. And if I may use this opportunity because at the time, the Committee on Land, Physical Planning and Housing that is overseeing my ministry visited my ministry on oversight duty. As at that time, a lot of questions were asked. And what I told them was that, yes, it was at that time that we successfully acquired, but that the government is still thinking about what to do with the area. I even threw it back to them that the committee should help us to be thinking about how we are going to utilize the place. But I'm happy to tell the House today and my committee that arrangement is currently going on by a responsible private estate company in Nigeria in a public-private partnership arrangement with the state government to take over the place and build something that will be something that will be so befitting of the central business district of the state. So that is much I can volunteer for now because the process of engagement is currently going on. But I know for a fact by the time the governor will be here to give the state of the state account, the necessary MOU must have been signed, and the governor will be able to tell the state in specific terms how the slum will transform to urban, a befitting central business district. Outside of that, the Ministry of Physical Planning didn't have sufficient staff, technical staff, that will assist it in the discharge of the mandate of the ministry. And they recruited some junior and graduate officers on a temporary basis. They were giving them 20,000 every month, flat. But I consider this very in the face of the reality, economic realities that's between us. And for the ministry to be able to live up to its responsibility, we approached the government of Ekiti State as represented by the governor. The governor graciously approved those 20 junior staff and 20 town planning officers stroke assistants of graduate cadre that their appointment, temporary appointment with the ministry becomes permanent appointment. So as of today, we have sufficient town planning officers and town planning assistants. What we did was just to confirm. Some of them had worked with the ministry for 5, 6, 3, 4 years. So, but today they are no longer temporary officers. Their future had been guaranteed through a pensionable job guaranteed them by the governor of the state through the effort of our ministry. When I assumed the office as the commissioner, we have 18 area planning offices across the state. Area planning offices are set up to grant approvals in their areas of jurisdiction to developers who want to put up structures on ground, either for residential, for commercial, industrial, agricultural, educational, recreational activities. We have 18, almost one per each of the 16 local governments. But in Ado, we have 2. But I found it necessary that if we are to increase the IGR of government through our ministry, and if we want to forestall a situation whereby over 90% of the state put up structure without resort to building approval, we have to create more planning approving zones. And I find out that 2 area offices were too grossly inadequate to take care of Ado. So we created additional 2 area offices to make Ado have 4 area office. And Ikere, Itato has 1 town planning area office. We make Ikere, we created another zones for Ikere to bring approving authority in Ikere to become 2. And we discover that Oye local government is a very growing and developing local government in Ekiti State today, and specifically Oye Town. I know my committee member, Tope Lunge, is smiling. I'm not patronizing him, but I'm making a statement of fact. Because if you see the numbers of building approval application in the Ministry of Physical Planning, I think after Ado and Ikere, it is now Oye. So rather than the one area approving authority in Oye, we created additional one to make it 2. So in all, the 18 was additional 4 approving area were created to make it 22 from the initial 18. Itato, the Ministry of Physical Planning didn't have Department of Building Control. When we are full plan as a town planner, we are not technically equipped. A town planner is not an engineer. A town planner is not a structural engineer. A town planner cannot even determine whether you are using the right mix of cement and iron bar during construction. And when I came on board, within a week, we witnessed 3 incidents of building collapse in Ekiti State. And God really helped Ekiti. We only lost 1 soul. We didn't lose any soul in the event center that collapsed in Nigeria, and the one under construction that collapsed in Ido. But that of Igede, we lost 1 lady. May her soul rest in peace. So to forestall this kind of situation in the past, there is need for Department of Building Control that will be manned by architect, structural engineer, and other requisite professionals who will be able to, after the building has been approved, who will be able to monitor the construction while the thing is going on, and who will be able to offer professional advice, and who will be able to dictate if the building is not being done according to the specification approved. So today, I am happy to inform the House that the governor of Ekiti State approved our proposal for creation of Department of Development and Building Control, and the governor approved engineers and architects that will populate and manage that Department of Building Control.
Right, Honorable, if I had known that you will have this much to take, maybe I wouldn't have taken you today. Number one, when I look at the documents, I just saw that it's just the returns alone, income and expedition. I felt, let me just allow him to say 1 or 2 things since it's not in the document here, but I don't know that this will continue on and on like that, and we don't have that too much time. But Right Honorable, sir, whoever must have this document didn't also do the office very good, sir. You have all these achievements, and it's not listed. And they say it's a locutor. If not because this is live, and they will have it kept on our archives. This will have been the only source of that will be having recourse to. And please, I will just, Mr. PSR, who is in charge, who actually prepared this document? Who prepared the document? It's not my staff. Who prepared? Staff is there now. Yeah, who is the staff?
That's an DFA.
Oh yeah, that's an DFA. Did they? Please stand. Now, please, next time, ensure, because the letter written is clearly stated, activities, and you see, I was amazed, dazed, that we have all these activities in the ministry, and they are not stated, particularly if that of Article alone is even enough. And will you tell me that those staffs, temporary staff, that's 40 of them, 20 junior, 20 senior, that has now gotten a permanent appointment, that is even more than enough, because it's a lifetime, I think, part of this. And in the letter written to you, let me tell you, I don't even have the time to even go through the letter. The letter, all what you need to do is prepare and give to the Honorable Commissioner. Even it's possible that the Honorable Commissioner is even seeing this document right inside here. You know, but please, let us always do our job well. I want to plead with us. Because things, thank God that he's somebody that is very versatile. You know, another person will come, just look at it and say, come an expedition and go. But because he's versatile, he understands the job, that is why he could begin to tell us everything. Because I was just looking at him, I don't know whether Right Honorable jotted it down somewhere, I don't know, but at least he was able to tell us everything. But please, let it be here. Eh? And somebody said that a fetus pen is sharper and brighter than the brightest brain. I don't know whether you get that, sir. Eh? The fetus pen is sharper and brighter than the brightest brain. No matter how brilliant we are, you cannot be, of course, what you have jotted, you will know that is, you think you can keep it. I know that if this thing is even in this document, Right Honorable, thank God that it's even not there, because I know that I'm able to leave this place today. But please ensure that you come back to us, that you everything documented, everything he has said. I know you have everything, and those things that he has not mentioned, ensure that you have it documented in this place. Because this exercise is in 4 phases. This is just the first phase. And the first phase is for people out there to know what has happened in the ministry under the watch of the commissioner. And that, of course, I know, you see, members are just watching. Ordinarily, we're supposed to be flowing through the pages of the document together with Right Honorable. But being a former member of this house, that was why we even allowed that the Right Honorable should continue. And that means, sir, the privilege, right and privilege, still extended, even to the stewardship exercise. Please sit down, and we just give Right Honorable 2 minutes to round up. Thank you very much.
It's really unfortunate that I saw the gap when I entered. I saw the gap. But I will plead with my colleagues and the Right Honorable Speaker. We will furnish the House with the updated document. And in 1 minute, I would just want to intimate the House of Assembly of Ekiti State that my ministry carry out the enumeration and marking of the property that were affected by the flying over from Union Bank at Ajilosun to Okeyimi. And that my ministry successfully assisted in the marking and enumeration preparatory for compensation for the federal road from Ekiti to Ikere boundary of the Ado-Akure road, and from Ado to Ijon, to Ilumoba, to Imesi Ekiti, end of the boundary between the Ekiti state. My ministry actually did the enumeration, marking, and determination of the structures that will be affected for compensation in this road. And I am pleased, and finally, to inform the House, of course, naturally, with the creation of more area offices and with the creation of building control, we've been able to increase the IGR of the ministry from what it used to be. And from January to September this year, we have been able to generate 92 million into the cover of Ekiti State. Thank you, distinguished honorable member.
And part of, sir, again, go and look at that document again. You will need to make necessary adjustments, particularly where you have revenue. Because when I was looking at it, I now saw actual expenditure. So I don't understand, because under the revenue cap, sir, I now saw actual expenditure. I was wondering, how do you now have expenditure where you're supposed to be having its revenue? I was waiting. I know Right Honorable will mention I was waiting for that before I also mentioned, please go and reproduce this document. That's what I would just say. Go and reproduce it. But sir, it's 95 million, not even 92. If what I have here is correct, I don't know which one is correct. Now we can now reconcile our accounts later. Yes, member. Yes, thank you. No, you have been patronized. I won't call you. Okay, I will call you later. Honorable today, okay. I'll come back to you, don't worry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dear colleagues, I'm Honorable Babatunde Oke, representing Ikere Constituency 1. Right Honorable Sir, Honorable Commissioner, I've listened to your presentation, and that was a brilliant presentation, sir. The ministry is doing very well, but the area of public enlightenment is very, very key for policies to work, because people need to understand the reasons why they need to make use of their landed properties in line with the regulations and planning standard. It's very, very important. And so I would just encourage the ministry to also embark on aggressive public enlightenment so that people will understand all these things so that they will key into the policies. Once again, thank you very much, sir.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Yabo Fakunle Okeme. Plus Lydia. I keep the barrister and princess for now.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues. Right Honorable Oladapo Karunwi, the Honorable Commissioner, I want to also lend my voice to appreciate you and to commend you for the good and great job that you are doing in your ministry. I just want to quickly allude to the facts and corroborate your claims as regarding the Central Business District.
Honorable Yabo Fakunle, you are not here to corroborate anything.
Okay, sir.
No.
I'm sorry, sir.
Let the Honorable Commissioner and his team speak for themselves.
Okay, sir.
If you have comments, not to corroborate.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you.
All right, sir. I have an observation. I want to direct your attention to Ekiti State University. If you have ever had any cause to visit that area, especially the hostel in quotes, the place is so unplanned and looks like a slum. Please, if there's anything you can do, and I know you can do something in that regard, to make that environment sane. Thank you.
Which area, because if you say EXU, which area, so that they will know where to... The Oshekita side?
Yes, the Oshekita side.
All right, okay.
After Oshekita, there's a road that goes in. There's a very wide expanse of land, but the structures, some of them are just like rats' hole. I was a student there about 5-6 years ago, and I visited some of my classmates, and the condition is not okay.
Yes, thank you. But right, Honorable, we don't forget this. That place is a student area. Honorable, Honorable Tundedu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Distinguished colleagues of Ekiti State House of Assembly, I am Honorable Tundedu. I represent Ikere Constituency 2. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to just comment and ask a few questions. Mr. Speaker,
and let it be very few questions.
All that has been coming from the Right Honorable is coming from the archive. I want to tell you that this Right Honorable can be in any ministry, and I am sure that he has the intellectual capacity to operate. So I am not surprised if he's doing well in that ministry.
I only allow that. Yeah, go to your question.
Okay,
thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to ask the Right Honorable that which ministry is responsible for the planting of for the beautification of Ado Metropolis? We have some flowers. Do I call it flowers? At the center of our road, at that pedestal there. Mr. Speaker, I want to say I love it. Most of the time when I'm driving on the road, when I see some people are packing their refuse and put it, so some of them will almost put it on the flowers. destroying it, I will almost come down from my car and ask them, why are you doing this? Don't you know that this is the part of what government is doing to beautify Ado-Ekiti? So I want to ask the right honorable that which ministry is responsible
You
for the
just
planning?
asked him, is his own ministry responsible? You don't need to ask whether which ministry. Is your ministry responsible for that? If not,
sir.
then you leave.
Then, if it is your ministry that is responsible for that, I would like you to collaborate with EXMA or Waste Management or all other relevant agencies to make sure that this flats is being maintained.
Thank you very much.
And people are not allowed to destroy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Tokpelunge. You are Demola, I'm keeping it today. So,
Right, Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Lunge Temitokwe Ademola, and I rep good people.
when I told you I'm keeping Ademola, why are you still mentioning it? Please go ahead.
As a luxury places. I represent the good people of Oyo Constituency 1, Mr. Speaker. Before I go to my question for the Honorable Commissioner, let me ask the DAS to please step to the microphone. DAS.
No, you asked me to ask.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Can I take your leave to invite the DAS to the microphone?
Ask your question, then I will know if you will step.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I want the DAS to open to page 2 on this document.
Just open to page 2.
So, and of course, the items are not numbered anyway, but I numbered it. I want DAS to read item number 10, IPSAS code 12020432. Number 10.
That's the third item from the lower part.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can stand up, the DAS. Who is the DAS now? Director of Finance. Instead. Okay, that is why you should have said the officer responsible is standing already. Don't worry. Yes.
Okay. The last item on the revenue item is any from fiscal planning.
No, he said the third item from the bottom.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Any from mobile operators and installation of masks. Mask.
Oh, okay.
Mask. T. MEAST. Yeah. Application for
no 1, 2,
6,
3,
1,
4,
2,
5,
3, 4.
Revenue
from land use clearance for major development. Yeah. Yes.
Def.
Mr. Das, because I know I am not.
It's not Das.
Sorry.
The officer responsible.
The officer responsible. Where I'm going is this. I know I am not given to praises. I know your peers, Mr. Jide Borode and Right Honorable Kanui, they are thorough people, very thorough people. We have had causes and reasons to tell the bureaucracy that prepares this document to be thorough too. You cannot afford this document has become a public document, and you don't know where these documents are going to. Ekiti is known first and foremost as a fountain of knowledge. Okay, so we shouldn't be preparing documents that will suggest that we want to come and embarrass our commissioners and our principals here. I'm not saying this this does not apply to you alone. When we are bringing these documents here, we have to go through them and ensure that if our children write these days in shorthand, we reprimand them. You are writing in shorthand for us here. I believe that the bureaucracy should have gone through these documents thoroughly, so that when this document goes out, it won't become an embarrassment to us. So whenever you are bringing documents like this, Mr.
Thank you, Honorable Topanoga. Is there another thing?
Yes, sir. So my question, let me just go straight to my question to the Right Honorable Commissioner. Right Honorable, while you are making that presentation, let me commend you for what you are doing in that ministry, especially to revive the face, to beautify the face of our state. While you are making that submission, you said you have gotten a developer, because last time we came to your office, you said the government is still thinking about what to do with that place, which has actually become the headquarters of crime in Ekiti State. You said the developer is now ready, you are partnering with a developer who is now ready to take over that place and build something beautiful, something befitting, according to you. So now, in specific terms, have you actually firmed up what this developer intends to build there? Is he low-cost housing? Is he high-end housing? Is he low density? Is he medium density? Is he high density? I think the people deserve to know if you have farmed up all this, and so that we can know in specific terms what's the intendment of this developer, what he wants to build in that place. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Representative. If I heard the commissioner very well the other time, he said that he will leave it at that so that Mr. Governor, when he comes on the 16th, then he will now provide the full details. Probably the commissioner and Mr. Governor have spoken, and that it is better that Mr. Governor will be the one to let out the cat from the bag. I think maybe we should allow that because I was following up. Right Honorable Akarowe, you should know that some of us also, we can also catch up. And I still remember everything you said vividly. Honorable Takologe, I think let's leave it since he has requested that we should allow that when he spoke the other time. Are you okay with that? Thank you very much. Yes, do you still want to say anything at all? No. So, Right Honorable, you can kindly respond. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir, and distinguished honorable members, I'm very grateful for the questions and clarification. In terms of more public enlightenment and advocacy, we did that sufficiently before we were able to convince the traditional owner of Ibenyi and Natikankan to allow government to acquire it. Yes, in the face of the law, the government has power to acquire any property. But a reasonable government will consider the social impact assessment, the political implication of every of the actions he or she wants to take as a government. So that has been one of the reasons other previous government had not been able to acquire it. But it was through thorough advocacy and engagement with the stakeholders and property owners. We engaged the We Council and the Ibenyi people more than 5 different times, meeting with them, taking their questions, giving them assurances, asking, allaying their fears. And of course, the people of Ado Ekiti specifically, and those that are concerned, believe in this government that once this government promise, it will do. So it is the trust they have in the Oye Banji-led administration that allow them to cooperate with us. So we really educated them. In fact, we gave them the picture. We gave them the picture of how the future of that place would be. In fact, they have been living in the new pictures of that place. So that was why we got their buy-in. But nonetheless, we will still continue to do more advocacy for Ekiti people, because physical planning is not set up for Ado Ekiti alone. In fact, I know some areas that deserve attention in Oye Town and Nikere, so that we don't have a future article in those 2 towns tomorrow. So we really need, so I appreciate the question, and my officers are listening. The hostel in Exu. Yes, many of the hostels were not planned. people just build hostels. How many of the hostels there has approved planned? Except the modern hostel that is being built by private investor now. You know, just recently, about, I think, 1,000 rooms accommodation were built by one estate management developer. You know, I mean, those kind of building, what the only building, only hostel there that has thorough plan and with approval. But however, my ministry will, as suggested, my ministry will do development control to the area, see it, anywhere that is not conforming with the extant law, we will see what we can do to make the environment livable and aesthetically pleasing to eye, so that we will not be creating another Atikonkan in Exu. The planting of the trees, it is it should be the Ministry of Environment that did the planting. But this is your observation. You know, I have been compelled sometimes to say, I will do a video enlightenment speech and send it on social media. Because I'm beginning to look at the beauty of those streets tomorrow. If those ornamental flowers were allowed to blossom, I mean, it will create aesthetic when we'll be driving. But then when you are going and you see bags of waste being put on top of the, you know, many times I've been compelled to want to, but then even if I park, I remove. Will I still stop the people who have that culture to come tomorrow and drop? I see, Mr. Speaker, I will be very glad if the House of Assembly of Ekiti State could look into this matter, because you have facilities to speak to the Ekiti people in a manner that we can protect what has just been planted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the House.
On that note, we will be... What's that? What? You have what?
Remark.
No remark, sorry. You have the opportunity, you didn't make use of it.
No, you said questions, sir. I didn't have a question.
Comments and... Sorry, you can't make a remark, sorry. The remark is exclusively reserved for the speaker, to the presiding officer. And Right Honorable Karu will know that is correct. Which remark are you making? Okay, but however, the presiding officer also has discretion. Let me use this judiciously. All right, let me hear what you want to say. Under 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Capacity Speaker, I appreciate you for the opportunity. Well, I want to use this opportunity to appreciate our leader, one, for his showmanship of humility and leadership. I want him to know that it's not lost on us, that display of leadership. And it's obvious, because it's just a common learning ground for all of us. If after 21 years, you are still back to the House in this capacity, I think it also behoves on us that any of us can be in front of this House in another 20 or 30 years, if God says. So please, you are highly appreciated, and I thank you for this. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much, Leader of the House. Right Honorable Karonwi, I won't allow you to go without also saying a word on this exercise. I know you were about to say something around it. You were saying something around it at the beginning of it. I will only ask, how do you feel, sir, now addressing Ekiti people?
Observation,
or what you have done. How will you feel addressing Ekiti people? More so that this is even live. This is live. Not just that alone, you can even go back. All you need to do, sir, click on YouTube and click on the Ekiti State House of Assembly. you can recall everything you have said today on YouTube to play it again. Of course, sometimes I get back home, I also watch the exercise. But sir, how do you feel? And what would be your advice as a former member of this house? Thank you very much.
Speaker, sir, and distinguished member of the State House of Assembly. When I was sworn in, before I was cleared, I was given this similar privilege to advise the House. I make about 3 or 4 observations then. I am very happy the very day I read and heard that some former staff of the House of Assembly that were disengaged, which I pleaded for, have been reabsorbed. I can't thank this honorable member less. Except one thing that has never been done out of the fault that I gave my advice. And I know that has not been done, but the government of the state and the Mr. Speaker must have been thinking about it. I said, even if the House of Assembly will not live there, it is still symbolically important and heroic to have a legislative quarters. And I said, the idea came on board in 1999 when we first came, 25 years ago. And that prompted the first executive governor of Ekiti State to acquire that place. It was a bush at that time, now Egbewa. And it was now that it's been occupied by Nigerian police, it was a legislative quarter. We have Mr. Speaker's house there, the clerk house there, the 26th honorable member. But then, 16 government came and gave it out to the police. If we cannot retrieve it, it is still very important. I'm looking forward to a day that we just, one evening, I will just pick my car. I will say I'm going to the legislative quarters to come and spend evening with any of my honorable colleagues. So the honorable member could still have this dream to let the government of the state acquire somewhere. It could be very close to this assembly. It could be very far, but let a place be named legislative quarter in Ekiti State. I am overwhelmed by the level of development that is ongoing in this assembly. And the way the House of Assembly has been automated, I am an old school. I am not too good in all these modern gadgets. But the fact that anybody will be in the House of Assembly today and somebody will be several kilometers away and will be part of the conversation on the floor of the House, this is no mean achievement at all. It is no mean achievement. In those days, if you don't have opportunity of listening by 8 p.m., EKTV and EKTV television, today in the assembly, it's always been here 8 to 8:30. The moment you are not opportune to listen to radio at that time, you have lost what happened in the assembly. But not anymore. Because if anybody go to YouTube, like you rightly said, one can see what has been done and what will still be done in this house. God will bless this 7th, am I correct? 7th assembly, God will bless you. And particularly myself, I am privileged to be given honor and opportunity to appear before the assembly. Because outside of this platform created, there hasn't been any platform for me to talk to Ekiti people. This is what I have been able to do in the ministry that is given to me. So, given this platform to do this, I'm immensely grateful. Keep it up, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you very much, Right Honorable Oladapo Karonwi, the Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development. And this is how far, this is where we draw the curtain. We will meet at the executive session where we now look into the books, particularly records, those that we have enumerated, we are going to see. And we are going to have a visit, at least look at that ghetto that is becoming an urban area that we can call our home business district area in Ekiti State. We pray that all our goals and vision for a better Ekiti will come to reality. Thank you very much. Please, now you can step to the maize and take a bow. Go, then we'll meet at the executive session. Right Honorable, it will now also be out of order if you can still move around to see what is happening in the offices. And if you don't mind, you can also go to the House of Assembly Service Commission to see what is also happening there at the moment. I must give that kudos and credit to the governor of Ekiti State, who is supporting our vision to see that we now have a House of Assembly that we can call our home, and that we will say we have a House of Assembly indeed. Thank you very much, sir. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, you lay your... No, please, let them go and reproduce that document. Well, lay this one, even if you are reproducing. We'll see we'll get that one.
I have craved the indulgence of my colleagues that we will definitely represent.
Okay, let them represent,
It
please.
is not doing my ministry any favor.
Thank you.
If what I have spoken to is not inside the document that I present.
No problem.
And I think that they are giving me the opportunity to represent.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Female, I can see that you are taking care of the female very well. Thank you. Yes, you can move to the bench. Yes. Thank you very much. You can go now.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The next ministry is Ministry of Special Duties.
Ministry of Special Duties. How many left after this? I have read letters. Oh, don't count those ones again.
Yes. Apart from...
Integration to have written to us.
Apart from... Okay.
Integration has written. So how many left?
Social Investment Program.
SIP, okay. Oh yeah, let's take this one and then we'll take the last one after this. Yes, the two honorables, where are you going? Do you have special duties outside? No, the honorable members, are you going for special duties? Let's start special duties before you go. Yes, special duties. This is the way. You know, when we start, please take a bow. Once we are getting to this period, you know, you understand. So, thank you very much. Meanwhile, Honorable Tojo Kuyiga, I hope the Jara way, I hope is also inside the office. Thank you very much. Yes, Leader of the House.
Speaker, my dear colleagues, we have before us this evening the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Special Duties. Right, Speaker, I hand him over to you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Commissioner, okay, we would like to meet you.
The Right Honorable Speaker, the State House of Assembly, the principal officers of the Assembly, distinguished members of Ekiti State House of Assembly. My name is Otumba Adola Muadedi, the Commissioner for Special Duties. Here with me are members of my team, led by the Executive Secretary, Mr. Olajide. And next to him is the Director of Finance, Mr. Wole Afuye, and Mrs. Ayobami, Director of Admin. Ayobami.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Commissioner, you recall that about a year ago, the Governor of Ekiti sent your name among the commissioner nominees to this House. This House also had you screened and later confirmed your nomination to be so appointed as a commissioner in this state. And it's upon that you were sworn in and also posted to the Ministry of Special Duties by the governor. It's on this premise that the House has also deemed it fit to call you because the House believes that you are capable, of course, which is the basis to, by confirming your appointment to say you are fit, you are proper, you are capable. But to justify that position of this House is why you are here to also say, members of this House, thank you for confirming my appointment, and this is what I have done, and that is why you are here. The members of this House representing the good people of Ekiti State and Ekiti people also, because they are watching you live. We also want to know what you have done in the last 1 year. So, but please, sir, it is 5 o'clock. You have limited time to talk to us. Thank you very much.
The Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to start on a note of reminiscence. I have my profound debt of gratitude to this House of Assembly for the privilege when I was standing for the screening. The privilege was termed moment of grace. And you know, since then, I've not been here. This is sincerely an opportunity to thank every member who felt within each and every one that is capable. He can do it. And prodigally, what I should not enjoy, I did. I took a bow and leave. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm extremely grateful. Thank you so much, everybody. Now, the Ministry of Special Duties, where I'm posted to serve as the commissioner, is a ministry at the governor's discretion. We bear our name, Special Duties. As I stand before you, the Right Honorable Speaker and all members of the Assembly today, even though I have work plan in my ministry, but as I speak, I have represented the governor in 37 programs in the state and outside the state. That is why we are called the special duties. Most of the things the governor may not have the time to be everywhere. He will say, please go and help me attend. Mr. Speaker.
Maybe to understand you better, maybe you just give an overview of your assignments.
Okay,
Then
thank you
that
very
will-
much, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I took the work plan when I became the commissioner. 3 things are very major in my work plan. Number 1, safe city and EWAS, early warning, early response. These 2 things I mentioned just now, they are security architectures of the government. One cannot but mention Dr. Kawade Fayemi. He was the and in Nigeria today, only Lagos State has safe city. Safe city is a visual architecture that can monitor anything anywhere in Ekiti. I would not, because I'm addressing the house and everybody is looking at me, I would not want to say we have it here, it's there, and we know what is happening. We have EWAS, early warning, early response. EWAS is for respondents. We have respondents in local government where we only receive messages of security breakages. That's EWAS, early response. And today, the governor of Ekiti State has come up with a most modern...
But this is not contained in your documents.
It's contained, sir.
Where's our page?
Overview of the ministry, the page 1, Safe City, Early Warning, Early Response Program. Mr. Speaker, what I'm just mentioning is not something I can lay openly bare before the public. It's a security outfit. So if I'm not detailed about it, Mr. Speaker, kindly forgive me. So that is under my office. We equally have under my work plan improved stakeholders engagement. This really took me and my ministry to Abuja, June 25. And I'm happy to say it on record that Mr. Speaker was in that program. We were able to compile Ekiti, illustrious sons and daughters who are working in Abuja, federal ministries. We got 241 of them. And I said, I remember that Ekiti is extremely lucky from grade level 15 to 17. The governor insisted I need to meet my people who are in the federal state. All of them came, and the governor of Ekiti had a word of encouragement that let us know what is happening in your ministry. We don't want to be in the darkness. And today, the 241 met in Abuja. The governor has gone back to equally inaugurate a steering committee. There are 9, headed by the permanent secretary Villa. And it will not surprise you. There are no things I can start saying here. Goodies are quickly coming from them because they now have a sense of recognition. They now have a sense of impression that the governor wants us to participate in the goodness of Ekiti State. That is actually one of the items of improved stakeholders. And presently, we are with approval of the stakeholders engagement of Lagos State, which is coming up very soon. And after that, we equally have community development associations. In Ekiti today, we have an official document that shows very clearly all the communities in Ekiti State and their development associations. Very soon, the governor is going to meet them, and sincerely, it is a way to genuinely relate with them, let them know what the government is doing, and imbue them into what is happening in the government and where they can contribute. So improved stakeholders engagement is naturally limitless. Even if the assembly feels, why can't we engage these stakeholders too? It doesn't have to be the one that is majorly generated by the ministry. I throw it open, with due respect, humbly, to the assembly, that you can give us stakeholders where the government can do things to let them know how they can help Ekiti in terms of what is necessary for Ekiti to have in this agenda of shared prosperity. This is my work plan in my ministry as a commissioner, but equally, I equally stand on so many adversarial and beneficial assignments for the governor. I was privileged to be a member of Renew Hope Actualization Committee. The Renew Hope of the president, what the president wants to offer the country. I happen to be...
Honorable Commissioner, just
Yes,
1 minute. 1 minute.
all right, sir.
As in, you only have 1 minute. So
All right, so the Renew Hope Actualization renewed agenda for President Tinubu. I represented the state, and clearly we saw what goodness the president has for Ekiti and all the states in the country. I may not be very privileged to say clearly because of my ministry that this is what I am doing, this is what the governor is saying as you do. But what is important is that this ministry is ministry of special duties at the clear discretion of Mr. Governor. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much, sir.
Yes,
members, you have listened to the Honorable Commissioner. If you have any question or comment to make, question, Honorable Idowu, Odebumi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues. I remain my humble self, Comrade Idowu Odebumi, representing the good people of Oye Constituency 2. The Commissioner, sir, I just want to thank you for the stakeholder engagement, which soon will be bringing out a yielding result. But I also want to point your attention to Ekiti indigene in private sector. What are you doing to capture Ekiti indigene in private sector so that they will see reason for them to fall back home and come and invest? Some of those indigenes, Ekiti indigene in other states, even in another country, they have the fund. All what we need is to let them know that there is a conducive, it is not having a conducive environment. The developmental agendas that has happened, development that has happened in Ekiti State, you let them know the access to road, the many other things that can make Ekiti State to look attractive for them to come and invest. So I want you to also work on people in the private sector, Ekiti private sector.
Honorable Tunde, okay. Because I thought you want to go.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I know you don't want to call me because Honorable Commissioner is my constituent, but he's a capable man, and we have listened to his presentation that that ministry is doing wonderfully well. Honorable Commissioner, sir, I have a question, and it has to do with executive legislative party. You've been able to organize stakeholder engagement. What is your opinion about having executive legislative party in Ekiti, and what effort can you make towards ensuring that? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Commissioner, quickly answer and let's go.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and other members of the Assembly. I go to the first question, Honorable Odebumi, Ekiti, indigenes in the private sector. I mentioned Lagos State stakeholders in my speech. The one we had in Abuja, that is Abuja, has to do with civil servants from grade level 15 to 17 and higher cadres of paramilitary. What the governor is proposing to have in Lagos State is going to be, by God's grace, purely Ekiti indigenes in the private sector. We are hoping to get the date. The memo has gone to the governor. He has approved it. He has sent it back to us. And by the time we finish all the legwork and groundwork, you will sincerely know about it. It's in the parliament. Thank you so much. The executive and the legislative party, I have to quickly seize this opportunity to thank the Right Honorable Speaker and other members of this assembly for the love, the collaborations, and the corroborations you are giving the governor. And that extends to all of us in the executive. Naturally, there's nothing that comes here that is not expeditedly done, that is not done to make it work first and make it happen. The parley my MHA from my constituency is talking about is extremely necessary, but you know there's nothing I can do myself. I will quickly ensure this comes up in a memo from my ministry to the governor within 14 days, and I will let you have a feedback. Thank you so much.
Very much, Honorable Commissioner. It's on that note that we will ask you to take a bow and go. And please note that there is still a executive session where we'll look into details of some of the activities. We must commend you for a job well done. Let's keep the flag flying. Thank you very much. Please just step to the maize and take a bow and go. And ensure you lay your account of stewardship, sir. Thank you very much.
Right, Honorable. The last agency is Social Investment Program.
Office of Social Investment Program. SIP.
They are not around.
Social Investment Program not around. Any information, clerk, from Social Investment Program? Leader of the House, any information?
No, sir.
Madam Clerk, write and ask for explanation why the ministry, an action should not be taken against the office, Social Investment Promotion. On that note, Leader of the House, can you just move to the next item on the agenda?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My dear colleagues, well done. It's been a wonderful day. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to move a motion that this House adjourns until Wednesday, the 16th of October, 2024. I so move.
All right, any seconder to that motion? Yes, Honorable Idowu Odebumi.
Right, Honorable Speaker, distinguished Honorable colleagues, I remain my humble self, Honorable Comrade Idowu Odebumi, representing the good people of Oye Constituency 2. I rise to second the motion being moved by Leader of the House that this Honorable House should adjourn till 16th of October 2024. I so second.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Under motion for adjournment, Honorable Tunde Oke, please. Yes. Under motion for adjournment, note that one, this House is trying to adjourn to 16th of October for us to have adequate preparation for the second year anniversary of Mr. Governor. The State of the State will hold on the 16th day of October, right in this Allo chamber. But please don't forget that early in the morning before the State of the State, there is going to be signing of laws at the ESCO chamber on that same day. And let me also announce to us that tomorrow, the award that we have nominated for, the Bureau of Public Service Reform will present that award also to us tomorrow. We will, while all the committee saddled with responsibility of handling the second year anniversary should ensure that they put everything in place. And yes, on that note, I think I will have to put the question now. If you like, press no. That if you are in support that this House do adjourn to Wednesday, the 16th day of October 2024 at 11 a.m., press yes. And if you don't want it, press no. No problem. It's working. It's working. All right, everybody voted yes. So the ayes have it. I arise.